Hello everyone, welcome to this video. So in today's build, we are building an invoicing system, Invoice Pro, and everything started from this job description. So as you know, previously some week ago, we launched this Next.js Academy, and this Next.js Academy is about helping students learn the skills that can help them get jobs that they can at least earn while they are learning new tech, or they are learning tech, they can be able to earn from their work. So most of the tutorials and the content I'm going to be creating is going to be based on jobs, and then we build the projects that can help you match those jobs. So today we are having a build, and it is based on this job that was posted about 4 days ago. And in this job, they are looking for a Next.js developer who can build a membership system with Stripe integration. So basically, you need to know how to do Stripe subscriptions, and they went ahead and they talked about the things they want. Things like authentication, managing subscriptions, and secure transactions. So this system we built, the invoice system, is based on that job description. It has authentication using Google Auth. So we don't have anything like credentials. We only have Google Auth. And then we also have subscription-based thing. If you just go here on this pricing, you can see we have like subscriptions, and you can choose a subscription just like that. Okay, so we just went right now it's not going to render for some reason, but I'm just going to go show you the dashboard. Okay, I'm just going to go and show you what we implemented in today's episode. We haven't finished. It's going to be 2 episodes. So in today's episode, we set up everything. We can look at invoices. We can also create a new invoice. So on the invoices, you can get a summary of your invoices. You can add a new invoice, and we have a sample here. I'm just going to, you can fill in your company information. Let me just say, for instance, this is technologies. I'm just going to go ahead and just say Kampala, Uganda, and you can just leave the phone numbers like that. Maybe you can also add a logo. Here we just implement image upload, but in today we didn't manage to do that. Then you can create a new let me just say annex. I'm just going to say annex. I'm just going to say this one to be maybe Coca-Cola Uganda. Okay, and then maybe it is also located in Nakawa, Uganda. And then you can change the phone number here, and just add this, and then you can just go ahead and generate the invoice. You can see it is auto-generated here. You can also, the custom ID is auto-generated, the name, invoice date, then the due date. Let's add like 1 month in front, maybe just June 22. Here you can just like add June, and then we can just say maybe here development of an inventory management system, maybe at $2,000, and then another one can be is add here. Just going to add maybe maintenance fee. I'm just going to add maintenance fee here of just like 100. Let me remove this one. Then you can add the charges. I'm just going to say they don't have any charges right now. And then you can just like add also the thank you message and customize all these ones. So I think that's enough information. I'm just going to go ahead and save. So this is going to go ahead and create a new invoice, and you can see here I have this new invoice which is 2,100 like so, and you can just go ahead and view this invoice. Okay, so you can see the invoice here, maintenance fee, development, bill to, all the information is there. We didn't put the logo, but basically everything is looking great. You can just go ahead and we just put a functionality for sending to mail. And we currently right now you can just download a PDF just like this. And you can see like the PDF is pretty good. It has all the information. You can just send this via the now WhatsApp, email, or anything. So that's how simple it is to generate invoices. So as you generate your invoices, if you go back, you said you have the total invoices, total match revenue, and this is all unpaid with other more functionalities like making it paid and all that kind of stuff, and also the due date, the remaining days to reach the due date. Okay, yeah, so that's what we implemented. You can export to Excel, of course that one is always there. What else can you do? You can look at the client. So when we create, you can see it created a client Coca-Cola Uganda with all this information, just in case you want in the future to use this client. So if I just also go and view details, you can just view details of this client that you created. Is having only one invoice with this much, and now from this page we'll be updating the invoice. Like for this client, you can just like be putting buttons like market paid and all that kind of stuff. But so far this is what we have, and the more you create the invoices, the more we're going to have. We have also billing. We didn't touch much about billing, but you can see it tells you that you have 3 invoices remaining. Okay, so every time you create the invoice, it shows you what your free plan is. For instance, if we just go and create another one, if I just go and I add another one, and let's just simply say that so you can just see that it generated another one. We can just like simply create another person here. I'm just going to say Ronald Mohindo, and this is going to be, for instance, just say agro business Uganda, and then location, maybe they just say here Nairobi, and then you can just like add 25476524598. and then these are all auto-generated. We can just like change some things here. Let's say development. You can see some of the items here that were did, they are here. So we can just change this to logo design of maybe 200, and then development of a website, company website, maybe 100, maybe $300. Let's say the logo was only $25. So you can just like make the tax disappear here like this, and now we can just go ahead and remove this, and then let's say save. Okay, so you can see you have now more invoices and you have more clients. So you can see the clients here and the amount you demand them. Now, if you just go back to the billing, you will see that you're remaining with actually 2 invoices. Okay, so that is really nice that we added in. So when you just exceed and you have 0 invoices, you will not be allowed to create any more invoices, which was really nice. Yeah, so this is what we implemented in today's video. So you can see even here we have 3 invoices, 2 users, and the admin is the one who can see all these. Is the one who can see this. A normal user, if you log in with another normal user, cannot see all these details. He only sees the invoices that is currently creating only. But this application is having subscriptions, as we just are going to see. We talked more about Stripe, how it works in and out, webhooks, how to set up webhooks. We looked at, for instance, setting up webhooks on the local host and everything. It was really, really nice. So thank you. Let's just dive in and get started. Hello, welcome to today's video. So in today's video, we are having a new build and I'm so much excited about it. And this is going to be just one video, I guess, but I'm so much excited about this. And if you can look at, I'm starting at this job listing. So about a couple of weeks, about 1 or 2 weeks ago, we built this platform. This platform was really purposely, or was created purposely for those people who are looking for jobs. And it is so many of us who are learning and learning endlessly. You keep on learning new tech, and at the same time you are hustling with life. You don't have a job and you wish someone talked more about job and career paths. And I'm just going to be dedicating most of the videos on YouTube and even on this platform to create things which are job-based to help you learn skills that can actually help you earn a living. So we'll be looking at different job listings, as you can see. Unlike jobs, I'll be listing some jobs, or I'll be getting some jobs from different places, and we look at the skills that this job requires, and then we create projects that help you practice or showcase when you're going to apply for this job. So in today's video, we are looking at this job. It was posted about, if you just look down here, this was posted about 4 days ago, I guess. If you just look at, I just want to look at, yeah. So you can see posted last week, and I think there was actual date somewhere. Okay, so yeah, you can see here 4 days ago it was posted 4 days ago. So this is a job listing and it requires a Next.js developer needed for membership system with Stripe integration. So I will be looking for those kind of jobs whereby they need Next.js, because right now we are in a state whereby people are building so many tools, and one framework for building all these new tools for SaaS applications, e-commerces, is Next.js. And it is very important that you understand how to do most of the things using Next.js, because it has become at least the go-to for all the new startups. It has become a go-to for all people who are just starting up new products. It is a go-to. So you're going to be seeing more job listings with Next.js, but needing different skills on top of Next.js. And that's the purpose of this platform, the Next.js Academy, right? So today we are looking at this Next.js developer, and we are looking at a skill Stripe. So Stripe is one of the biggest platforms, and it is one of the platforms with the biggest API. I haven't seen any other payment platform with the biggest payment system or payment API like Stripe. It has so many things that you can do with Stripe. And in today's video, we are going to build a system that is going to answer the question for these people who are going to apply for this kind of jobs. There are so many jobs which are like this, which are specifically needing these kind of things. And this is also good that when you're searching for jobs, you can start searching for specific specific skills. For instance, you can search for Next.js with Stripe jobs, and you never know, you can land on this kind of job, and then you try your luck. So today we're just going to talk about Stripe payments and everything. Now this Stripe, when it comes to Stripe payments, one of the most hard things to implement and has always been not so clear to everyone is always Stripe payments and integrating payment systems or payment gateways in a Next.js application. At least from what I've tried, what I've done a few tutorials about Stripe and Stripe integrations, but still it becomes one of the hardest questions people always ask. And this is because Stripe is so big, and you can learn one part of Stripe and you find someone wants another part of Stripe. So today we're going to break down what Stripe is, how can you integrate it, and all that. And we're going to build a system at the end of today. After breaking all the concepts, we'll build an invoice generator SaaS, which is going to implement user sign up, authentication using Google Auth. We're just going to use Stripe subscriptions, and most importantly, we're going to use embedded Stripe checkout for customization and making it really nice. Okay, so let me just go here and start like bringing Stripe payments. Now, when someone talks about Stripe payments, it comes to two different types of businesses. We have basically two types of, actually there are like 2 to 3 types of businesses, but I'm just going to specifically talk about these two businesses. But there is another type of business which is B2B. I've not included it here, but there is one more business that I'm just going to talk about it at the end, which is like B2B, just like this. Okay, I'm not going to talk much about this, but there is B2B. But basically, you're going to find that the Stripe, when you're going to handle Stripe payments, you're going to be having two types, or the mainly are going to be two types: the single payment based businesses and recurring payment based businesses. So in the single payment based businesses, this is why you have something like an e-commerce or a digital store, whereby someone purchases a commodity or purchases a product, and he pays once and has access to that product once and for all. This applies for e-commerce, digital products, courses, where you have a single lifetime payment and you access the product. Then on the recurring payment based businesses, This is why you have monthly, quarterly, annually payments which are recurring. And if you can understand how these two are done, you basically understand how Stripe operates, and at this point you're able to apply for this case of system. For instance, this one is a membership system where they say we are seeking for a Next.js skilled developer to build a robust membership system integrated with Stripe for seamless payment processing. So the ideal candidate must have experience user authentication. So you can see, we are going to say that user authentication is always necessary and needed, managing subscriptions and ensuring secure payment transactions. And basically, this is what this is all about. And we are going to look at all the things that are necessary for this job. So in the third case, like the B2B, so we have looked at these two scenarios. This one is for the e-commerce. This one can be a course platform. This can be a membership management system whereby you have like members, like the way you see school. It can be like so many things. But then we have a B2B, and a B2B basically is whereby you have like multi-party system. So a multi-party system can be, you have an e-commerce, but then you have a multi-vendor e-commerce whereby you, as a person who is owning the e-commerce, you are simply managing two parties. You are managing, for instance, the sellers and the buyers. So when a buyer pays, you're supposed to manage that amount. Like you take your commission as a person who owns the system, and then you also have to pay the owner of the product. And that's what you call a multi-party system. And there is also that one which is going to see is called Stripe Connect. So moving on, so I've talked about that you have the e-commerce or you have the SaaS platform. So most of these SaaS, the way you see, for instance, ChatGPT, all these AI tools you are looking at, the Grok, those who have used like the Grok, all these AI tools, all these ones falling under the SaaS category, and they use, if you just go back here, they fall under the SaaS category. So the SaaS falls under the recurring payment based business, and it is so much growing these days. People need more people to build SaaS tools and all that. And you need to understand one big thing that is on that system, apart from the crude functionalities, is going to be payments. And if you can understand that, then you have a very big chance to stand in getting a job in a SaaS or a startup, because you can handle payments securely. Okay, let's get into the first one, which is going to be e-commerce store payments. So we're going to look at how you can handle payments, okay? How you're going to handle the payments on an e-commerce store. And this is going to be for every e-commerce store, at least for a single payment system, not a multi-vendor. I'm just going to talk about the multi-vendor system last, but just going to look at a normal e-commerce whereby someone has a store, they put their products, and then people purchase those products. So let's start with the first thing. So the first thing that happens is that a user visits the e-commerce site. Let's say you have an e-commerce site. In this case, we're just going to take, for instance, we have this e-commerce we have for our client. For instance, you just go to this system. You browse and you look at the categories, you browse the system, and you will end up adding items to cart. Okay, at the end of the day, after you have after browsing, you will end up just adding some items to cart. So just like this is the first process you will go through. You add the item to cart, and then you proceed from there. So I'm just going to go back here for a second. So you go to the site, you add items to cart, and at this point there are some other skills you will need to know. At least you need to understand something like Zustand or either Context API or Redux Toolkit to be able to manage set management of the items to cart. So I'm just like trying to tell you, when they tell you a job listing like this one, you may think they only want Stripe, but it comes with some other things that you need to know. So I'm just going to be talking about those things along the way so that you understand the things you need to prepare in advance. So at this point, if you're going to add items to cart, if it's just in case for the e-commerce, you will need to apply some Zustand, Context API, or at least Redux. So I just need to know at least one of those ones. So what happens next? So that at this point that you just, after adding items to cart, you just go to checkout. But before you go to checkout, this person needs to be authenticated. And this is why we are plugging the authentication system. So authentication system, you can use NextAuth, BetterAuth, you can use Node.js API, your custom API. And at this point, you also need to understand some database because the users will have to be added to the database and they have to be retrieved from database. So you need to understand some database, at least like Postgres, and you also need to know an ORM like Drizzle or Prisma. So I'm just trying to say that by the time you reach on authentication, you need to be okay with some of these authentication systems or even Clark authentication. So after reaching on the checkout, so the person is buying some items, you add them to the checkout, and this is where Stripe is going to start from. Okay, so at this point is where we plug in Stripe. And Stripe checkout, that's where the word Stripe checkout comes in. Stripe checkout comes when a person has added the items in cart and he has reached on a checkout page and is now meant to buy these items for real. You suppose put in the credit card or put in the card information and go ahead and purchase all these items. So Stripe comes with so many ways you can start on purchasing this, but one big word that happens is Stripe checkout, and Stripe checkout is of two different versions. We have the first version, which is the Stripe hosted checkout. And this is the most common one. So if I just go, for instance, on Glock, and I try to go to this, and you choose like any of these subscriptions, they say subscribe right now. So this one, you will see that it's going to take on a hosted. So you can see that this is taking us on a self-hosted, on the Stripe hosted page. You can see checkout.stripe.com. So this is the Stripe hosted page, and this is the one I'm just talking about here, the Stripe hosted checkout. And the second one is the embedded Stripe checkout. Those ones who have tried out, I don't think I have another account for Cloud. And now, so this is like, for instance, the Cloud. So Cloud uses embedded, at least if I just go ahead and you sign up, Cloud uses the embedded checkout system. So you're going to say, if you want to have customization, like really good customization, you don't want people to go off your site, you're going to use embedded Stripe checkout where you use Stripe elements. So there are two ways you can do this, and this one makes you to deal with types of APIs. By the way, you don't need to use both of them. You have to use one of the two. That's why you see it has two different paths. You can use one of the two, so you don't have to use one of them. So it can be, so for this job, they have not specified which one. So you reach there and they tell you the experience they want. They say, we don't want to use the hosted, or they want to use the hosted. So you need to know both of them, how both of them works. And this makes you to deal with types of APIs. So the Stripe checkout, hosted checkout, comes with the Stripe checkout session API. And then for this embedded checkout comes with another API called payment intent API. Okay. So all these two APIs, or all these two checkouts, whichever you use, it is going to end up leading to Stripe webhook. So what is a webhook? So a webhook is a method for applications to notify each other of events in real time. It's a way to receive data as it happens, rather than pulling an API to check for updates. When an event occurs in one application, that's the trigger. it sends a message to another application, the listener, via an HTTP request. These webhooks are also so much these days, so much used in so many scenarios. For instance, if you're going to use Zapier AI integration, you're going to see that webhooks play a very important role because they give you a way to listen for particular events in one application and react to those events in another application. So for instance, when someone pays Stripe generates, or it will fire an event in your application that a customer has paid. Now you can do something to that. So that's why Stripe webhooks comes in. Now, the Stripe webhooks, they fire what you call events, or they give you access to the events. And it is through these events, okay, it is through these events that you can listen to these events, and then you make updates to your database. So for instance, in this case, you may register a new sale if it's an e-commerce. So when an event is filed, so these events are so many. There are so many events that can be fired on Stripe. If you go like on Stripe webhook events, you're going to find like they exceed 100. There are so many. You don't have to listen to all of them. You listen to the ones you need. For instance, a customer has subscribed or a customer has paid, so it will fire an event that you can listen to, and then you can update your database. For instance, you can register a new sale on an e-commerce, you can update inventory because that item has been bought, you can generate invoices, you can send emails. There are so many things that you can do when an event is fired. And it's very important to understand this system, how it works, because if you understand how it works behind the scene, it becomes very easy when you start looking at the code for implementing all this. Now, it is not only via the events that you can actually make the updates. So sometimes webhooks are very hard to set up and they are so much advanced. You can actually also bypass the events, and every time there is something that has happened to Stripe, for instance, if you're using Stripe hosted checkout, when a session, checkout session is created or someone has paid, it will actually release a session ID for that payment. It will give you a Stripe session ID, and based on this session ID, you can just go ahead and make updates to the database. However, like most people really try to rely on webhooks to trust, like to be the trusted source, but even these Stripe session IDs, I've used them previously, they really work. Another one, the same thing with the payment intent API. You can also use for the webhooks. And by the way, the events that are fired when you're using the Stripe hosted checkout session are somehow different from the ones that are fired when you're using the payment intent API. So we can use the payment intent, or you can use this. Any of the two works. So when you come to these events, if you use the embedded Stripe checkout, you can also bypass using the webhooks, and you can also use this payment intent ID. So when a payment is made, there will be a payment intent ID that will be generated, and based on this, you can get all the Stripe customer, you can get Stripe session, you can get Stripe goods and everything. You can still get using this payment ID. So it depends on what you want to use, because everything you're going to set, it is done for you by Stripe API, and you can tap into these different things. You can use the payment intent ID or Stripe session ID, or you can use webhooks. Okay, so the next one is when you just like having a SaaS, and in this case, like this very system, this one is a SaaS, right? The membership system, basically you're building a SaaS application whereby members are going to be paying annually. So they subscribe either annually or monthly for whichever case, but it's going to be payment for a recurring based system. So this is the same thing actually. The only thing is that when a user visits the site, instead of going to browse for the products, they browse the pricing plans. So you go and look for the pricing plans, and then still you use Zustand, or you can use any asset management system to manage these plans. When a user clicks on a plan, you add it to either in a Zustand or in the context API so that you can get it or access it on the checkout. So on the checkout here, you before of course you go to the checkout, you need to authenticate the users, and then we still go now to Stripe checkout, and the same process actually is exact same process. You can use Stripe as you have seen here. This is for Grok. They are using this Stripe hosted page. So you can use still any of the above that I have explained here. You can use the embedded, and you can also use the hosted, the Stripe hosted page. Okay. So basically, if you understand the above process that I explained, you will find that it is very easy now to apply for this kind of job right now. Okay. And there is some other concepts that you need to understand when we talk about Stripe. I've not covered everything on Stripe. You may say right now, and someone asks you a question about Stripe. Stripe has a very huge API that you cannot cover if you look at Stripe docs. Like, they have a million things. You have like customer portals, you have like so many things that you can't do on a Stripe documentation. If you just go to the documentation, they have really so many things. Okay, as you can see, Stripe hosted, you can see pre-built checkout, set up customer portal, there is client invoices for clients, customers. There are so many things you can do with Stripe, and therefore the documentation also is so huge. So therefore, learning it is something that you don't need to go ahead and learn everything at once, but rather learn in a strategic way. Okay, you need to learn in a strategic way. So I'm just going to go back here. So there are some concepts you need to keep in mind. The first one is Stripe Connect. So Stripe Connect is what is used for multi-party businesses, the one I talked about at the beginning, the B2B. Most of this one is working when you're having a sort of a multi-vendor kind of system, whereby you have sellers and buyers and you are a middleman. This one, you will need Stripe Connect. Stripe Connect helps you distribute funds or pay different, you can be able to pay different Stripe accounts using Stripe Connect. The another one you need to understand is a customer billing portal. You're going to hear this word also coming along, customer billing portal. And a billing portal is a pre-built UI hosted on Stripe that can help users manage their subscriptions. This is where they can cancel subscription. For instance, someone has been using your tool and right now they want to cancel the subscription. They no longer want to continue the service. They use the Stripe customer billing portal. Okay. So in all these, in the system you are going to build, we talk about most of these things. So what I did to summarize all these things, I came up with at least a starter kit. You know how I normally do these things. And normally people just like be asking, JB, you make these starter kits to make money. Like someone just normally, I saw someone posting in my WhatsApp and telling me, why don't you just give these things for free and all that kind of stuff. Now, normally is when I make these tools, like really, if some of the tools I build them on YouTube so that you have a free way of building your own thing. Like most of the starter kits that I have or that I always sell, like I always build them on YouTube for free, and that's the reason. If someone wants to dive in and learn how this thing can be built, why not? He just simply watches the video and builds it. But normally the thing is like this. Normally why I build these tools is not only even for you, they are always for myself. Normally when a client gives me a project, I don't have much time really. I don't have really much time to go and build things from scratch. That I just spend one time and I go build things that I know I'm going to be reusing over and over and over in different projects. And I happen to share those things with you guys. Like for instance, this Stripe system, as you're going to see it, this one, the starter kit, it is something I've always wanted to have. Like I have starter kits that are having so many things, but I wanted only starter kit that has Google Authentication and GitHub Authentication, and then, okay, and has Stripe subscriptions. You can manage subscription for SaaS. It just have a first-hand integration. So this is exactly what I built into this SaaS. Okay, it has all the things that you may think about Stripe. It has subscriptions, for instance. So we have multiple pricing plans. So we have the plans here. So if I just like open this pricing page here, you will see that we have the pricing. I'm just going to wait for it to open. We have subscriptions, customer billing portal, usage based billing. We have the one for e-commerce. It is also here. So it comes with e-commerce. It has embedded checkout for both of them, because I find embedded checkout, people always, it is hard for them to implement. So I just like made sure. So you can see I have this whereby you can have subscriptions, and then you can have subscription and manage the bidding and all those kind of things. So we have the subscriptions, we have the e-commerce integration. For instance, if you just go back here and you go to Stripe checkout here, I have added them here, Stripe checkout elements e-commerce. So if I click on this, you will see that this one is having items like the shopping cart items from the checkout. And then you have this embedded Stripe, and you can just like put the amount and go ahead and confirm. So this is the one for the embedded. You can see you don't have to go any other page. You have it on page. Then we have Stripe checkout model also for e-commerce. So if you just want to still have a different experience, I have this where you have the payment button, and this one opens up a pop-up model of a self-hosted. So instead of just having the other page still hosted on a Stripe payment page, I have it hosted within your e-commerce, but you can see this one comes from Stripe. The good thing with this one is that you have control for branding. You can brand this page the way you want. And when people cancel payments, this is very easy in canceling the payments. So I have all these ones integrated, and more so importantly, of course, I have the Stripe checkout. So if you just click on the Stripe checkout, I have this Stripe checkout for subscriptions, and it is what you're going to be dwelling in so much, because this is the one for this requirement here, membership system. You need to know how registered members can just go ahead and subscribe. So you see, you can pay this. You can just go ahead and change a plan. Like members can change plans. We have 2 plans only here, and they can just go ahead and pay for this plan, and they get subscribed to this plan. So this is going to be a nice implementation, and I built this one so that we can use it wherever you have any membership or you have things. It comes with everything they need from this. So they need, for instance, the members should have integrated. So it has already integration with Stripe, and it has user authentication with roles. It comes with managing subscriptions, and secure payment transactions. Okay, so I will leave a link to this. We are going to use this kit here. We are going to use this starter kit, and I will just make it very, very cheap. Those who are going to buy it from the link below, you will find it at $15. But those who are going to buy it via the Next.js Academy, I'm just going to give a discount of $5. It will be at only $10. So you can see how really I try my level best to make sure that I make it so much easy for someone really, to get these skills, and maybe one day someone can testify that I used this man's tools to get at least a job and earn a living. So I will just also, those who are going to find this, I'm just going to add it to the course. So right now we have only one course, but by the time you just come to this page, you will find now another course, which is going to be this very one that right now I'm just like giving, which is going to be Next.js with Stripe payments and subscriptions. You will find it here. You will just go ahead, subscribe to that course, and then you will find the source code. Okay, you'll find the source code, and you'll be able to download that source code for this kit. I will just leave a link. I will leave a link for this, so that you can just go ahead and get the 5% or the percent $5 off. You can get this kit. Okay, so let's go in the next segment of understanding what we are going to build, and we're also going to get started. So what we are going to build is going to be an invoice generator SaaS application. The reason why I'm building this, it is something that I have always wanted to build. Let me show you my manual system that I use right now. So there are those clients that I get. That they need invoice very fast. Okay, so I always have this system that I built long time ago. I built this one long time ago, and it is using VBA. Those who know VBA, I don't know if you know VBA, but VBA is also a programming that can insert macros to this kind, like to an Excel file. So I designed this one. It has, for instance, I can auto-generate invoices. I enter my customer stuff. I then go ahead and generate the PDF. So I added all these things like print invoice and do all those things, like as you can see here. I can print invoice. I can do print preview like this. So I made this one, and it's what I have been using all the time. Okay, the problem with this, as you know, that the tracking of these invoices is very hard, guys. Very hard. So you can see them I have here for some few clients. I'm just going to show you, for instance, this one. Okay, so this is for one of my clients. So I always use it to track my clients. So I want to just build a system that does the exact same thing. I can generate an invoice very fast, and I can find all those PDF. It can generate for me a PDF. I can have them in a soft copy. I can look at how much money I've generated from those invoices and everything like that. Okay, yeah, so that's the goal of this one. It will have, so just going to turn it into a SaaS. So since it is not only for me, I just want to build it as a service whereby other members or other users can come sign up. They do it for their clients. You have your own clients as a freelancer. You have your own clients, and you would want to send them invoices, maybe via WhatsApp, maybe via email, anything. But you need a way of getting the invoices and give them to your clients as fast as possible. Like a client tells you, send me the invoice, and within 1 minute, you just sign up, just get in to log in, and just like create your invoice and send it in a while. It is something like, it's a tool that Most of the other tools that I've always seen for these, they are always complicated, man. Like they have a lot of accounting, but for freelancers, they simply want to send this invoice to the client and they get paid. As simple as that. And that's exactly what we're going to cover in today's video. So in the next segment, we are just going to get started with the starter kit. We'll explain, walk through everything, how to get started in step by step. Hello, welcome to this segment. So the segment we are in right now is we are going to go through and look at what comes with this starter kit so that we can be able to know what to do with it. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to copy this link and we just like go ahead and paste it here. So I will just first go ahead and log out. Okay, so this is the homepage. It comes with a homepage, but the most important thing, of course, is the first thing is the sign up. So you can see that we have the sign up with only Google and GitHub. I will just go ahead and use Google. So you can use Google for this. I'm just going to go ahead and choose an account. So we can just use Google, and you can see that after sign up, it redirects you to the dashboard. Here it updates in different places, as you can see here. You also come with two things, the profile settings. So the profile settings lets you update your first name, last name, phone number, and the job title, plus also the image. So you can update the image, can update the first name, last name, but you cannot update the email. Then another page that you come with is the billing. So it comes with the billing, and the billing is where you actually see the plan that you are on. So when you sign up, you're going to be currently on a free plan, okay? And you have, for instance, this, we are going to look at this. So every time you have a membership system coming back to the system here, when you have a membership system, there is always something that you are setting, or what members get out of that system. Let's say it is maybe an AI tool. So you give them, let's say, credits. So these can be credits, these can be tokens, these can be invoices, these can be anything that you are setting, or projects. You can say, when you sign up for free plan, you can make only 5 projects. So I also put an example of that. In this case, we have like 5 invoices remaining. And as you create many invoices, of course, these other pages are not there. If you just click on these, they are not there because I couldn't just like build a whole entire application. This is supposed to be about Stripe and Stripe. So now let's just see what other things. Of course, this is a normal user. If you go on dashboard, you see that this one is a normal user. The role type for this one is a normal user. I will after change this, so I can just go to here locally, and I can say npx Prisma Studio. So you can open the Prisma Studio, and I can change this user into, so I'm just going to go and change this user and make him an admin, so that we see what changes. If you're an admin, what other things can you see that a normal user cannot see, basically. We just going to select here this user here. So we see we have this is the user that we have just received right now. So if you just go scroll this side, you can see has a lot of a user. We have the service provider and admin. So I'm just going to make this an admin. Okay, so after saving this as an admin, just like that, so we can just go back here and let's log out. And you see you have also the auth page. Let me open this one also. Here, let's log in. Okay, so you see when you log in as an admin, so you have here this, welcome back. So you see you can look at the total number of users and these other details, of course. I'll just trying to demonstrate that you can look at other things. You see, for instance, pricing plan, subscriptions, and you can also look at the users, for example. So you have access to the users. I believe we can look at the users. So you can look at the users that currently we have 3 users. Okay, so this is the advantage of being an admin. There are some other pages that you can see under administration, like pricing plans. We don't have them yet, and subscriptions and other things that I will be adding in the future. But basically right now you have everything just like that as a normal user. Anyways, let me just go under billing. I think this normal user, I didn't give him billing. We have invoices. You should be able to see billing. So let me just go to protected routes. So this is controlled from the protected routes. So we have these protected routes, and you can look at who sees what. So for instance, users are by the admin. So you can just go to where we have, for instance, billing, and I just going to put comma, and I also put admin here. So if I just go back, you will see that we can now look at billing. Okay, so if you just go to billing right now, and you just click on change plan, so you get the 2 plans that we have so far, and you can just go ahead and click on this. And after clicking on this, it routes you to the checkout. And let's go ahead and put in a card here. So I'm just going to say 424242. And the month. And I can just like add anything here. So let's go here and add in like some information if you want. Then after that, you can just go ahead and pay. So this behind the scene will create, so it then routes you to this page, which is the success page. If you remember, I told you that you get access to the payment intent ID. You can see the payment intent is here. Okay, and the payment intent client secret is also here. So you can use this to go ahead and do a lot of things if you want. But here we're using webhooks. So when we paid webhook rain, now if we just go back to our dashboard, of which you should just like put a link going to the dashboard. But if I return to the dashboard, so if I just say if I go back to the dashboard and then I go back to the billing, okay, so you see that now it has changed. Okay, you will see that this has changed, and what has changed is that now I have a pro plan. Okay, I have this pro plan, maybe we have changed this. We're just going to change those ones, but you have a pro plan now. You have also this payment where you can update. So if I click on this, it will take me to the customer billing portal. I also has the cancellation. I can cancel the plan. I also have the view invoice. So if I just go here and click on view invoice, and this gives me where you can view the invoice that was paid, the actual receipt that was paid. So this is really nice. You can see that we have this working so smartly. You can again change, you can cancel the plan, or you can even click on update, and this is going to route you to the customer billing portal. So this is the one we are talking about, the customer billing portal. Now, of course, if your Stripe is not, you have not put the new, this is the, when you're having it in test mode, I have this new business, blah, blah. But basically, this is why you said you can go ahead in your Stripe billing portal and add the payment methods, and they will be able to see them here. So the customer can update their billing information, the invoice information, and all that kind of stuff. And to be able to see these ones, the owner of the site, or the one who is managing the Stripe, need to go and register and enter their business information. But if you just click on return, it returns back to the dashboard here, which is really nice. And basically that's what is in the starter kit. Of course, I've already showed you the ones for the e-commerce, but basically just going to use those ones, and based on those ones to use it in our application. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and get started, and then we'll walk through step by step when we're just getting started, so that you understand what is happening and how are the webhooks working and everything. Okay, so let's get started with the project. So the first thing is, let me first push these changes. Okay, let me first push these changes here. I'm just going to say git git add and git commit added billing to admin and git push. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is that you will get access. Okay, you will get access to this repository. So whichever link you're going to use, you will get access to the repository. So you just go to GitHub. So the link I'm just going to leave below, after you have successfully subscribed, or after you have just gotten paid for this kit, you will be added in this, you'll be added in this starter kit. Okay, you'll be added in this Stripe starter kit, and you can just go ahead and clone. So I'm just going to start it from here, and then I will set up everything with you so that we see how to make sure we get everything done. So let me just wait for this change here. Just give it a second. But meanwhile, I'm just going to go ahead and close this. So another thing maybe I should update is the amount of environmental variables you need. So I'm just going to copy everything and paste it in this MV example. I think there are a few now that you need to have apart from this. So NextAuth, Next Public, upload thing, Next Stripe Public, secret. So there is only one that is needed, which is going to be only Stripe webhook. So webhook secret key. Let me see here. If I just go in the actual env and you go down here, next fabric stripe. Okay, so there is also these plans. I'm just going to stripe webhook secret, stripe webhook secret. So I'll just go in this stripe webhook secret. There is no key, and then we have also these here, and then also next fabric stripe monthly price ID. I will show you how to get all these ones. Okay, database. So these are the ones you need. I'm just going to also make sure that I push this so that you can see them. So these are the ones you need, and we're just going to be getting one by one and until we get them. So in this case, I will not use for this project. So we're just going to set up a new project, Inventory Pro. So let me just go and get, let me just go here. And I'm just going to put in the invoices. Why not? Since it is an Inventory Pro. So I will just go in this. Let me just open this with Git bash. Okay, so I'm just going to get a place to put this. So the first thing you're going to get access is going to be to this repository here. So the reason why I always put to get access to the repository opposed to just downloading and I give you the source code is that in the future, I'm just going to be adding more features, more features, more features. If you notice, those ones who have the starter kit, you notice that we have a new data table. If you just go in this one. So if you look at the users, you realize that we have this new data table that we are going to be using in all our projects. This is a nice one. Okay, this one is a nice one. So we're just going to be using this one, which is more nice and more friendly. So let me just go here. Hope these changes are done. Okay. So I will just go ahead and get this and I will clone. So you can fork or you can clone, whichever you want. So I'm just going to go back to my terminal. Which one do I want? Let me close one. I'm just going to say git clone. And you can just go ahead and paste this. And I'm just going to give it a name, which is going to be invoice generator pro. Okay, invoice generator pro, just like this. Okay, invoice generator pro. I'm just going to cd in the invoice generator pro. I will just go ahead and code dot. I open this in VS Code, just like this. And you can see it comes with .env.example, this one here. So we need basically all these environmental variables, but I'm just going to take you through how to get one by one. Okay. So the first thing is you can duplicate it. So Ctrl C, Ctrl V, and just rename it into .env. So just click and just name it as .env, just like this. Okay, just name it as .env, as simple as this. And now let's get one by one. The first one is going to be database URL, and this one is the Postgres database. We are using Postgres, so this one is a Postgres DB. You can change it to even MongoDB, but just know you have to change a few things in the Prisma. So just get this one. So you can just get it from Postgres Neon, or you can just use Prisma Postgres. So I'm just going to go to Neon console, and on Neon console, let me just go here on projects. I will click a new project, say here approaching limit you have used. So basically, let me see the projects I have here. I think I have like 9 out of 10. How many do I have? Have 8 out of 10 projects. Okay, is there any I can change? No. So you cannot change. I'm just going to create a ninth one. So I'm just going to go here and create. This is going to be inventory pro invoice, guys. Invoice generator pro, and I'm just going to call this one invoice generator DB, and I'm just going to choose AWS, and then I'm just going to choose this one of London. Just here, I'll choose that one of London. You just like have to choose the one that you find very near to you. Okay, the one you find very near to you is what you can just like use. I'm just going to use that and just go ahead and create, and let's go ahead and connect. And then under environmental variables, simply get this database URL like this and just bring it to your project and paste it here. So just replace this whole entire thing. So we have now the database URL. Now for the resend API key, you simply just need to go ahead and sign up. If you have a domain, just go ahead and sign up for resend and add that key. For resend, I will add it. I already have mine for resend, but just go to resend. Okay, you have to go to resend and then get the API key. So you can just go to resend. Okay, and you have to log in and then just go ahead and just like get that API key. I think I already have an account, so you can just go ahead and just like go ahead and log in and get yourself an API key. So under API keys here, you just go ahead and get the API key just like this one. Okay, nice. So after that, after getting the API key, you add it. Next. So now GitHub, and in this case, I'm not going to use GitHub authentication for the Invoice Pro, but you can just go ahead in your application. If you want to use GitHub, you can just go GitHub, you go to settings. So down here, you go to settings, and then you go to developer settings. So here, developer settings, and you just click on OAuth, and this will prompt you to create a new OAuth app. You can see the ones I have here. I'm not going to create another one because I'm not going to do the GitHub authentication. I will only do Google. I think I deleted something else. Okay, so I'm just going to go do Google. And also for Google, I will show you just in a second, but we're just also going to get for Google. Then for NextAuth take rate, we're just going to generate one. So this is very easy. Go to the terminal. And this one you can just do. I used to have a command for generating this. I don't know why I don't know. I just put this one, but I think to just like it is rand open SSL negative 32 base it's base 64. I'm not sure. Is it open? Let me see. Open SSL run 32 base 64. Okay, extra option. So it seems like we are about to do it. So if you just say run minus base 64, and then I say 32. Yeah, so that is the one. So just copy this and just add it as the NextAuth secret. So just like any random text you can add here, and then for the NextAuth URL is going to be, by the way, at this point you can just go ahead and be installing dependencies. For this, you're just going to say pnpm dev, and this one will just give us a localhost 3000. Okay, let's first install all the dependencies first. Then we have Nextbase. So this one is okay. Then we have upload thing secret. You need to go ahead and get the upload thing secret. Okay. So the upload thing secret, it is very easy. You can just go to upload. Let's first see, this is upload thing token. Yes, upload thing token. So just go into your upload thing here, log in, look for your apps. So I'm just going to get any of these apps. I can just, for instance, do new here, new app, and I just call it Invoice Pro, and just simply create just like this, and I just got API, and they give you this token. So just going to copy this and just come back here, replace it here, just like that. So you just have now the next one, next public stripe public key. So just go ahead and get these two, the stripe public key and stripe secret key. So let's just go ahead and get those. So head to stripe. So you just need to go to stripe and just go ahead and log in. So I will just go ahead and log in. Okay, so I already logged in, so it's going to route me to the dashboard. So go ahead and log into Stripe. So normally if you just like haven't approved your account, so if you haven't activated, so you can see here they're telling me to activate payments, and this requires you to be in a country that supports Stripe. Normally, if you find that your country doesn't support Stripe, this is a point where you may need a partnership. You can just like get a person from US to partner with or something, or even just like process an account, or get a business that where you can process these payments. Okay, just go ahead and research and see how you can open up to be able to activate payments. But in the test mode, it will work fine. Okay, so after reaching here on the dashboard itself, you will see that on the corner here they have put these keys here. So you have the publishable key and the secret key. Simply click on them. So this is the public key. So Stripe public key, just go ahead and add this one here, and then also copy this the secret key, copy this, and this is just paste it here. So you have the public key and the secret key. Now the next one is the Stripe webhook secret. Okay, so the Stripe webhook secret, this one you have to generate it locally, or you can generate for the hosted. So if you search for webhook, so you can just search here on the search webhook, and there is developers webhooks. So you will see that I have, for instance, the hosted versions here. This is the hosted version of the application. If I open this, you will see that this is the hosted version for this application, this one. So this is the hosted version, and this is for another project. But you will see here I have the local here, and you can still see listening. Okay, so I want to go ahead and help you set up this. It is not easy to get it set up, but I'm just going to go ahead and help you set this up for the webhooks. So the first step is click on add local listener. So you can add on this. Now it takes you to this page. So the first thing that you need to do is to go ahead and download the CLI. So right click on this. If you already have Stripe, you can just test this by going to your PC, open CMD, and simply just type in Stripe like this. If it doesn't bring you this, just know you don't have the Stripe CLI. If it brings you all these things here, it means you already have Stripe configured, or the command line interface for Stripe already installed on your machine. But if it doesn't bring you this, it means you haven't installed it, and you should just follow these steps. So the step number 1, open this link which says download the CLI, and this is going to open up a page like this one. Okay, and to just open up a page like this one, showing you how you can install on different machines. Like there is Mac. So for Mac, this is the place. Then Windows. So since I'm going to be using Windows, I'm just going to simply choose this. So they say you go to GitHub and zip Stripe Windows like this. Add the Stripe this to the file path. So I'm just going to go here and right click to this. So it will take you to this place here. So go ahead and download this. So depending on the machine you have, you can have 32-bit or 64-bit. You can first check the machine properties by going to you can just like Control E. You can just go to your machine here, right click on this PC and click on properties, and normally this one is going to open up the PC properties, and then it can show you like what is your machine, more especially this system type here. So you can see this says 64-bit operating system. So that means I have a 64-bit operating system. So just go back and now download the one that has 64, this one. Okay, so just click on this 64-bit. So download this. So I'm just going to, I already have this one downloaded. So if you just check, I have this downloaded here. It is this one. I already have this one downloaded. So the first step you're going to do is go ahead and extract. So you can right click on this and click on extract, or just like this. So this goes ahead and extracts, and if you look inside the extracted folder, it has this stripe.exe. Okay, so the the thing you're going to do is you're just going to go ahead and copy this. So copy the folder that you have extracted, copy it, go to the PC, go to C, local disk C, open program files, and just go ahead and paste this. So I'm just going to go ahead and paste this. So they will ask you to give permissions. Go ahead and continue. So this will add the folder like this. Okay. So you can rename this folder or you don't have to rename this. It doesn't matter. Actually, by the way, you don't to whether, but I just always rename. So you can see I went ahead and renamed mine. If you just open Stripe, you see it has this stripe.exe. So you can just go ahead and rename this. Okay, so I'm just going to delete this. So I remain with Stripe. So just go ahead and rename yours Stripe. Just like this. And if you open inside, you will see the stripe.exe, just like that. So what you need to do right now is right click on the folder. Please, the steps here. Right click, just like this, and just go copy as path. So you just need to copy this, copy as path. So copy this, then just go to your machine here and search for env, for environmental variables. So click on edit system environment, and then on this click on environmental variables. Now there are two variables. There are system variables and the user variables. Please change the ones for the system variables. So go to the system variables, click on path, because you need to add this to path. So just simply click path. On the path like this, click on edit, and then it will bring you all the ones that you have. You can say I have XAMPP, have PHP, have Git, and have so many, and even Go. So I have like all these things here. So you can see I've already added mine. So you just simply click on new and paste this. And first of all, remove these quotes. So it comes with those two quotes. Go ahead and remove the quotes, just like this. And at the end, you need to put a slash. Now, there are two types of slashes. There is this, which is, it's like a forward slash and a backslash. So please add a backslash that looks like this. Okay? There is a forward slash, which is on the question mark. But then there is a backslash, which is on the slash, just near 7, just like this. So add this one and click OK. And you might just need to restart your machine. I'm not going to add it since I already have it straight here, as you can see it there. So simply add, and you may just need to click apply, click OK. Now to check again, just click on CMD, just like this, and type in Stripe, just like this. And it should bring you now these things here. If it doesn't, please rewatch the video and see which step you missed. Okay? So, okay, so that is the first step, installing the CLI. So after having the CLI working, what is next? So the next step is to go back on Stripe here, and you can see after you have downloaded the Stripe, you can now run this Stripe login. Okay, so just go ahead and run this on the CLI. So if I just like open again this CMD, you can just like go ahead and say Stripe login, and this is going to open the browser. Okay, so you can see here, press enter to open the browser, and when you press enter, this goes ahead and opens the browser. To authenticate, so this one is going to make sure that you are logged in. It will authenticate you, and when you are authenticated, you will go back to the, so you can see like here, it is logging in. Now, as you can see here, they send the code to your account. So you need to, they send a verification code. I'm just going to go right now and add the verification code that was sent. Okay, so I'm just going to go here to 05260. So they enter this. After they have verified, allow access, click on allow access. And if you just go back to the terminal here, you will see that now they say, please know that this key will expire after 90 days, after which point you will need to re-authenticate. So after that point where you have logged in, now if you go back to the Stripe here, you will see that you can forward the events to the webhook. So you need to click this forward to, okay, just like this. So copy this, go back. Now, what you're just going to do is you need to forward it to this. So you have to go ahead and forward. So just say Stripe listen -- forward localhost 3000 API webhook Stripe. So this is where our webhook endpoint is located. If you just see this webhook, it is on app API webhooks Stripe. So we just like pointing to where the webhook is located. So the webhook is located on webhook Stripe this. So you just need to point to that. Okay, you need to point to say listen. Just say write this Stripe listen forward to localhost this. And what they are going to do is they will give you this secret. So this one. Okay, so when you just forward this, they will tell you we are listening, and they will give you this. Okay, so they will just go ahead and give you this. So go ahead and copy this. It actually reaches up to here. Copy this secret. So you can see getting a secret, a webhook secret takes some good steps. So go ahead and now paste it in this webhook secret, just like this. Okay, so that is the step, and now it will start keep on listening. Okay, we keep on listening. So we're going to test this one. You can listen for the intents. You can see all these. It has been listening to all these stuff. All these ones, you can see that payment intent created. This is the event. Customer created. That is an event. Like all these events here, I've been listening to them. So now we need to get, now the next one is next public Stripe ERA. So right now here we are having only 2 plans. So let me first go ahead and show you something on the pricing page. So you just go to the pricing page. It is on home pricing page. So this is the pricing page here. So the pricing page has plans, have basic, professional, and enterprise. So these is to represent different plans that you might have on your e-commerce. So you can have different plans, like the one for the per month and so many others. But I'm not going to have all these plans. For this project, I will only have one plan, or I will have 2 plans actually, just for monthly and annually. Okay, just one plan that has monthly and annually, just like the same plan, but instead of monthly, it has annual and annual. Monthly and annual. So if you just look at where these ones are coming from, the options we are using in here, we are getting them on the pricing options. So if you look at the pricing options, they come from store, subscription store. So this is why you have your pricing options. Like you have them monthly, you can just go ahead and add so many of your plans. Go ahead and add them here. for either standard. So you can have, for instance, standard, profession, and both of them, they have both monthly and yearly. So for all these plans, you need to get a pricing ID. So you can see here, Stripe price ID, and you need to get this price ID from you need to get this from Stripe. So just go to your Stripe. I'll just go back to Stripe. Let me just go to the dashboard. Click on, you can search for product catalog. So you can just say search for product. You can even just go to create product or even product catalog, like whichever you want, and then click on create a new product. And now on create a new product, you just go ahead and click the name of the product. So you can just say my inventory pro Invoice Pro product, just like this, and then add the description. Here is the sample description, and then if you have an image you can, but in this case it's not necessary. Then you have one time off and you have recurring. So this is why you set the recurring. So click on recurring and put the amount, maybe $10, and then you say this is monthly or annually. So you first create the first one as monthly, like this. So this one creates a product. You can see here. Click in this product. So on this product here, you can just go to these three dots where you have the price, description, subscriptions, and created. So just click on these three dots and copy the price ID. So this one is the one which has a price ID, and this is one which you can even create a payment link if you wanted to create a payment link for this. So you can just go ahead and copy the price ID, and this is the price ID that we're just going to add in the env here. So you have this for monthly, so you go ahead and put this price ID in here. Okay, so basically we have all the environmental variables. So I'm just going to pause, add the remaining environmental variables, and we go to deployment. Okay, so I already had for my monthly price ID and Stripe yearly price ID. If you just go here on my products, on product catalog, you will see that I have these two products, Invoice Generator Pro yearly, Invoice Generator Pro monthly. So I already have these. I created these two ones here. You can see them here. So you can just go here, copy the price ID, and I did the same thing for the other one. So yeah, that's the one I did, and I have them. So the next one, NextAuth, make sure you have it 3000, and the base URL also this, and then we'll set up Google Client ID and Google Secret. Now for these ones, okay, for these ones I'm just going to show you just in a second. It is good that we first go ahead and deploy, and then I will show you how to add the deployed app. So let's go ahead and deploy. So the first step to deploy this application, so you can see before we haven't added anything, we are going to first go for deployment, and it is always a good thing. Add all the environmental variables and let's head to deployment. The first thing you need to remove before you deploy, I'm just going to right click on this, reveal. So the first thing you have to remove is this .git. People always hassle to push these projects because they are still having the GitHub, my GitHub credentials. Go ahead and remove this, the .git. Remove this .git, click on it and delete it. If you go back in your project and you do Ctrl+C on the terminal, you will see this main that you are seeing on top here. It has disappeared. Now you don't have anything like main. So now we can initialize this project as a new Git project. Okay, make sure that you check in the Git ignore and you have the .env inside in here. So now you can see Git init, and then you can say and Git add dot. So you can first write this, okay, Git init and Git add, okay, just like this. And I'm just going to go ahead, go to GitHub. So let me go to my GitHub, go to repositories. I'm just going to go ahead and create a new repository. Just go here. I'm just going to say Invoice Generator Pro. Generator Pro. Just like this. I'm just going to make it private and create a repository. So just go ahead and copy this from git commit. I will copy this and paste everything here. And this is going to go ahead and push everything on GitHub. At this point, I'm just going to go ahead and copy all my environmental variables on the clipboard. Ctrl+A, Ctrl+C, select everything, and let's go to Vercel. So if you refresh this one, it should just have this one. Let's go to Vercel. So I'm just going to go to Vercel. And of course, just go to your account. So you just go ahead and select the account. I'm just going to click on add new. So projects. And I will just select this Invoice Generator Pro like this. And I will click on environmental variables and paste. So this will paste all the environmental variables and click on deploy. So while it is deploying, we're just going to go ahead and open this, and we just open Google Cloud Console. So you can just go ahead and type in Google Cloud Console, just like that. Google Cloud Console, and it will bring you to this. Now, if it brings you something else, it can bring you to a place like this one. Okay, the one you need is API and services. It has a lot of things, as you can see here. The way like just like the way it has like AWS, like the way you have the AWS console, even Google Cloud has this Google Cloud Console. And click on API and services. Now, one thing that I just want to copy from this project before I just forget, let me show you something I want to copy. I'm just going to copy this one here. This. Let's go back. Now, the first thing you have to do is you will see that we have projects here. They give you a certain amount of projects. Okay. They give you a certain amount of projects. So I'm just going to go ahead and create a new project. That's going to be the first one. If it's your first time, you'll have no projects, but if you have been using, you will have a project. So click here and you can see you have 8 projects remaining. So they give you a certain amount of projects that you have to create. I'm just going to call this one Invoice Generator. Just like this, Invoice Generator Pro. Okay, then no organizations, just simply create. And after creating it, make sure that you select the project that you have created. So select this project, and the first place you want to go after creating this is going to be the consent screen. So click on this OAuth consent screen, and on this one you just want to click on get started. Put the app name. So here I'm just going to put invoice generator. So this is the name that is going to be coming or for your app. So you just like you can just like put any name you want. So invoice generator pro .com. So you can just say invoice generator pro.com, or you can just say invoice pro, just like this. In the future you can just like buy this a domain. So I can just say invoice pro invoice pro. Normally just like put invoice invoice generator pro.com. I'm just going to add this. Okay, you can just like add a normal name, but you can just also add like something like your domain. Then the email, next, click on external, next, click the contact email. So you can just like put the same email. So like this one is muke jb developer at gmail.com. Then next, then I agree, continue, then create. So this one creates your consent screen. Okay, so after creating this screen, now you can just click on this create OAuth client. So click on this. Select the application type, web application. Then you can just like leave this, or you can just, so the name of your OAuth client, the name is only used to identify the client in the console and will not be shown to user. So you can just like leave to this one, or you can just say invoice generator, just like this. And then the most important part is now these ones, the authorized JavaScript origins and the authorized redirect URL. So here you simply add this, just add up to localhost, just like this. You add the, just going to add the localhost one, and then the second one here is going to be this H localhost API auth callback Google, just like this. Now we need to add also for the hosted version. This one, these two links, as you see them, one is the authorized JavaScript origins. This one is for the localhost. So we need to also add for the hosted version. That's why I first waited to host. So you can see it has gone through. Click on continue to dashboard. And what I want from here is a domain. Okay. Invoice Generator Pro. It was not there. They added this one. So what I just want is this domain. So copy the domain, this one here. Simply just copy that and just go back. Now we add another URL. So add this. Very important. So you add the localhost one and you add the hosted one. The same thing here, just add this, and let's add slash API slash auth slash callback slash Google, just like this. API auth callback Google. After adding these two, just go ahead and create. Okay, so this one we give you, for instance, they first give you the client ID. And also they give you the secret, the client secret. So let's first copy the client ID, copy this, go back to your application, locally. So just need to add this locally. So the first one is the client ID. Just add this. And you need to add this also in the hosted version. So click on settings. Click on settings, environmental variables. And let's start with the Google client. So you can see that they were not created since they had no values. So we just add them in a second. Let's first finish. So I will just get the secret. So click here and let's go ahead and get the secret. Just like this. Copy these two, Control C. Now let's go back here and let's add them. So click on this, add, save. Now we just want to add one more. This very one, Invoice Pro. Just copy this and go back. How do I go back? Just go back to environmental variables and let's change two things. Okay, I'm just going to change two things. I will change the first one will be NextAuth URL and next public base URL. So edit this, change it from localhost 3000, change it to this, save. Then change the last one, this one, edit, change, save. Just like that. Okay, so we have saved this. Now in production we have to change also the Stripe webhook secret, but for now I'm just going to leave that one for now. Let me go back to deployments and just redeploy. Just like this. Okay, so after you have done that one, of course you can just go ahead and test if the users can sign up, but before we do that, let's do some things locally. So going back to the localhost here is that we did not sync our database. So before we test if the users can create in the cloud, what I just want is to first sync the database. So I'm just going to close everything here. I will go to Prisma and just first delete this migration folder. So just go ahead and delete this migration folder and let's do the migration. So just going to say npx Prisma db migrate dev -- name init. So the init is the name of this migration. So just go ahead and run the migration. npx Prisma. Oh, there is no, it is npx Prisma migrate. There is no db. Migrate dev -- name init. What's wrong with me today? npx, just like that. So it is npx Prisma migrate dev -- name init. Just go ahead and migrate. This will push this schema we have here. It will push this schema to the DB. Okay, it's just having only the user and the subscriptions, plus the payments, plus the plan limit. We haven't used this one whereby you can say things like what is the maximum number, blah blah, like all these things here. Okay, just that. So the migration was done. Okay, and the Prisma client was generated. So we can run pnpm Prisma db, sorry, and pnpm dev, just like this. Okay, and nice. So if we go back to our application, I just want to do a test. I will copy this link. I'll bring it to this side like this. I will try to sign up. Okay. I will try to sign up. Okay. So we're going to remove GitHub in a second, but let me just try to sign up with this. And now you can see here that continue to invoice generator pro.this Vasair. So you can just like choose one of these ones. Let me choose this. So you can see this is the name that we are looking at. Sign in to invoice generator pro.vasair.app. Just continue. Now there is this problem most times. I don't know like what always happens if you just like try to zoom in. Sorry, like when you try to zoom in and inspect, I always just like find it like a problem. I don't know why does the console looks very clean here. This it created, but if you check the prompt is equal consent, there is something we just like not setting it right. But if you just go to the app, back to the app, this user was created. Just do this. If you go back to the app, this user, wait a second. Let's just say go to the dashboard. Okay. Let me try another email. What's going on? Continue here. Okay, definitely there is a problem that we have to fix. Okay, so if I just like refresh, it just goes and logs in. So we just need to fix that. It must be something to do with the callback URL, but you can see we have managed to sign up one user right now. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and start some few customizations for our app and do a few cleanups. Okay. So let's just go ahead and start. So I'm just going to go. This is by the way the hosted application. In the localhost one, we're just going to see that when we test in the localhost one, it always works very nicely. But let me first go back to this one. Open localhost 3000. Okay. So I'm also just going to open up. I'm also going to open up here like cloud. You can open up what? You can open up whichever AI tool you are comfortable with, just for giving us information. Normally, like, we can just use this to give us like the information. So the first customization I want to do, if now you see on our localhost, is to change the navigation. I will start with the logo. So we have here our logo. This is saying Stripe.js starter kit. So if we just go here in the app, let's start customizing the logo. So search for the logo like this. And what you can just do is simply copy this logo, all of it, and just go to this here. And you can explain the type of app you are using. Let's say you are building, we are building an invoice generator pro app. So I'm just going to say I am building an invoice generator pro SaaS application. and I have a logo component that I want you to customize for this SaaS application. Just like that. Paste in this, and it's going to go ahead and customize it for the Invoice Pro, because this one was, so you can see I will customize your logo component to, now if you look at this component, is not really a hard component. It is simply has when it is collapsed. So I have here, this is collapsed, and in the collapsed, it simply has only the icon. So it only shows this S, for instance. And if it is collapsed, you can see that if it is not collapsed, it shows the whole logo like that. So just going to customize, and it will have the same approach. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this, and let's go ahead and replace with this one, like so. So if I just go back to our app, just like this, so now you can see we have the Invoice Pro generator. So I don't know what for you it will generate, but the advantage with this now, if I go to dashboard, let me, so just a second, let's also update this here. Okay, I just want to update this one to leave only the login. So I'm just going to go to the name of the component is called Auth model. So we have the Auth model just here. So you can just go ahead and go here. So I just want to remove GitHub. Okay, I just want to remove GitHub. I'm just going to leave this contact but on this here, I'm just going to go ahead and customize this. And I just want to remove GitHub. So I don't want GitHub. I will also remove all these. Okay, I will remove this. And what I just need is, let me see, icons. Handle GitHub sign in. I will just also remove this. So if I just come back to the Auth model, now I have only login with Google, just like this, which is nice. So I can also just like add my logo within here. So I'm just going to go ahead in the Auth model here. I just want to add my logo here. So you can just say also to add the logo here. So add the logo. I'm just going to say apply the logo component to this Auth model component. So we don't need to waste much time here. Just like to create the apply a few things, and this just like you are going to name your, I believe you are going to name your app anything. Since I've already taken Invoice Pro, I don't know what you're going to take for your case, but I'm taking this Invoice Pro generator. So this is going to go ahead and add the logo. So let's just go ahead and replace this here. Now you just need to import the logo from the right place. This is the logo. So get the logo from global logo. So let me just see how this looks like. Sign in. I'm not sure if this looks good. Welcome to the Invoice Pro. Instant generation secure. This looks good. Yeah, this looks good. I'm just going to leave it like that. Okay, I don't know if I just need this instant generation secure and professional. I don't know if I just need this too, but this looks okay for now. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and remove these instant generation and all that. I don't need them. So I will just go ahead and just remove instant generation. So these are the features, this and this one. So basically remove this div. This will just like improve it. Yeah, so I think that one is good. This one, yeah, this is good. So I'm just also going to do the same thing to the auth. So just search for also auth. So there is auth. If you just go to app auth, you see there is auth page here. So we just need also to change this auth page. So basically, if you just go slash auth like this, so it brings up this one. So basically just almost like the other one, but this is this. So here I'm just also going to go ahead and remove. So you can see it has the login form. Then we have these other ones. I just want to remove in this login form, in this case, simply remove the button for GitHub. I can just comment it, by the way, just good that you simply comment it. You might just need it in the future, so simply comment it out like so. Yeah. And then where I have this, I can just simply call maybe the logo. So maybe we can just like add, go back to the page. And here where we have this logo, you can just go ahead and call the logo we just created. So you can just remove this. Let me just see if I just simply add the logo like this, and maybe we just add the variant. If you just look at this variant, was it just dark or light? What did we put in the auth model? In the auth model, we added this light, and it has this scale transform. This, so you can just like add exactly this one. You can just like add exactly this. If I just go back to the page, so where we have this, you can just go ahead and paste this. Since they should look the same, so you can just like go get these. Let's see. Check circle. So code and defines what is going on here. Did we import the logo? We have the logo imported from the global. Let me just refresh. Something is not right. Just a second. Can I first comment? We have just added this component here. I'm just going to go ahead and first comment out this. Just like this. Let me just see. Okay, so the problem seems to be coming from the problem just seems to be coming from the logo. So if I just like go ahead and bring in the logo, I don't know why, for some reason, they just like React type is invite expected a string for built-in components class blah blah, but got an undefined. You likely forgot to export your component from the file. Okay, so I don't know, something to do with this logo right now. Okay, just going to give it maybe like href hash. Does it just like mean that the component need to be like, I don't want this one to be a use client component. It's supposed to be, do we use, let's make this one a use client because it is using, yeah. So the problem was on the use client. Okay. I don't know if this check is needed. I'm just going to go ahead and remove that check. So go to the page. I will just remove this check. Just like this. Okay. And maybe this rounded thing, I just give px of 6. So just like to give it, yeah, like more, something like that. And maybe also like reduce on the shadow. So it has shadow. I'm just going to leave it as shadow, just to reduce it a maybe much better right now. So I will also just go to the one that is here. We just do the same thing. So we just going to go here, copy this relative, go to the auth model, this very one, just like this. Okay, just click and we have that. So just going to go here and manage your business documents with ease. I'm just going to copy this text. And even this one, Invoice Pro. Welcome to Invoice Pro. I think that text is good. So you can just like get this H1 and this P tag like this. Okay, so I'm just going to go to the page. Just a second. So I will just go ahead, get this text, and let's replace it with this one. Okay, so if we just now go to the auth page, Okay, so we have this looking good. Okay, now let's go back. So we just need to change also the header, remove unnecessary things here. We just customize a little bit before we start. So I'm just going to go ahead and now customize the navigation. Okay, I'm just going to customize the navigation, and you can simply go ahead and go to home. So if you just go to the layout, we can just go ahead and get the navigation, and we can just simply customize this navigation for this purpose. So I'm just going to also add it here, and I will say that please customize this navigation for the invoice SaaS, and remove the search and notification icons, and also I'm just going to remove the frame motion. It is not necessary in this case. So you can just go ahead and just customize. You can just go ahead and just like customize this. Okay, we can just go ahead and customize this, and we see. Okay, what I just know is going to remove, and we put some more links. So you can see we have create invoice, and then also templates. We'll create some templates. I don't know which ones. And then we have the features, there is pricing, and then there is resources. I think those sounds like good links. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and replace with this one, and let's see, get the logo. I'm just going to go ahead and import the logo. So if we just go back here, let's add the logo from the global, and let's go and see. Okay, so this looks good, and I've made it to be in light. Okay, so good. So we have the templates, we have the features. Okay, so this is weird, but it's okay, I think. Okay, but this one is okay for some. Okay, so we have dashboard. We have create invoice. I'm not sure if. Then we have sign in. We just need to check if we have. There is a current user. So if there is a user, then we show this one. I don't know what the dashboard link is all about. Let me see. Okay, I'm just going to remove this dashboard link. Okay, so this should just open up this, and then we should be able to log in just like that. We're just going to have only, I will have like only 1 or 2 sections, and that will be it. There will be no more sections. I don't need all these sections here. I will not put these sections. We just like have few sections that I just want to leave. So I'll go back to this and I will just leave a hero section, and then what is portfolio section. That one I don't need it. The process is okay. Testimonials, I don't need that one. Blog listing, I don't need that one. And then for then we have service section. I don't know if I just need this. I'm also going to remove the service section, so I remain with these ones. The pricing, I have a pricing page. I will also remove this. So basically now I have only two sections. Okay, I'm having this one and this one. The how we work, or the steps for creating the invoice. So in both cases, I'm just going to customize these two parts. So I'm just going to open the hero, and I will just say customize this hero section. Okay, I'm just going to say customize it and make it precise. So customize this hero section, make it neat and precise. Okay, I'm just going to add this. So you're just going to go ahead and customize this for that purpose. Okay, I just wait and see. Okay, okay, so let's just add it and see how this looks like. Okay, so if I just go back here on the hero, okay, so we just need to remove this space is too much. Just going to go ahead and with the top 20. So I just want to see where we have this text of professional invoice generator. Professional invoice. It is here. So I just want to look at this. So it has this padding top 32. I'm just going to first remove this. Okay, I think that one is good. So we have here instant generation, professional templates, PDF export. We don't have payment tracking, but this is a good start. Start creating and then view sample invoices. Okay, then 30 seconds question time, this one. Okay, so we can just either also put the steps, but do we really need the steps? I'm just going to remove also this here. You can just take your time, and I'm just going to go here, process section. I'm just going to come here and just say this process section. Okay, customize the process section. Just add only 3 steps. Okay, so like you simply sign up, choose template and create, just like that. So just going to go ahead and simply summarize this into 3 steps. And this is the ability of using a starter kit that already looks nice. You are simply brushing off some few things and then you are good to go. Okay, so if you just go back here, let's get this section, copy this, and let's run. Okay, let's see how this looks like. Okay, step number 1, sign up. So create a free account under 30 seconds, no credit card required to get started, quick registration. There is even no all those things, and then choose the template, create and send, as simple as that. And then there is here, get started as this. Okay, I'm just also going to customize the footer, and that will be the last section I'm just going to work on. I'm just going to go back to the layout and just go to footer. I'm just going to go is make this footer brief and also remove this subscription. Okay, I'm just going to say customize the footer. Make it simple. Remove the subscription. Okay, and other unnecessary links. Okay, just like this. So I will also just open the floating icon. I will leave only WhatsApp for these. I will just leave only WhatsApp. I'll just only leave WhatsApp for the floating icons. So you can see I've only left only WhatsApp. Someone who want to maybe chat on something can just keep with WhatsApp. Let's update the footer. I think it is done. So you can just go back here in the layout, go to the footer, and let's replace the footer just like this. And let's use our logo. So we have a logo here, just here. And you can see we're using a variant of dark. Okay, so we have this, that looks weird. So the links would be the other side. I don't know how it has made it. Let's see the columns. So it has this company info bottom. Okay, so I think it has added everything in a grid, including this grid for this one. So this has a grid, MD grid 2 calls 1, and then this one has 5. Okay, let's try 4 or 3. I'm not sure. Okay, just try 4. Okay, just a second. Okay, so these are 3 columns. Those are 4. I don't know why. So beyond 4, you can see even 5, they didn't agree. They went on the next line. So it is only 4, and I think it is because of this first one here. it has this max width. I don't know. Okay, it is this because of, I think, LG core span 2. Okay, let me just first remove that one. So now we have this. Okay. Nice. Okay, that looks great. So that makes our home page. That's it. We have also the pricing page. Okay, just going to have the pricing page like this. So just going also to remove some things on the pricing page, more especially these other options. Okay, I just need to leave these other one option, and then I will just select it also to make it better and remove some parts like this. Why choosers? I don't know if this one is necessary, but let me just go to the pricing. So if you just go to the pricing here, okay, if you just go to the pricing, now I'm just going to remove all other plans. You can just like leave them, but I will just only have this one plan like this. Okay, I will just have only one plan like that. So if you come down, this which has like the disabled, we no longer have the disabled. So let me see, plan ID. I'm just going to remove this disabled part. Okay, so if this disabled, I'm just going to have now I'm going to have now this like so. Okay, just a second. Plan dot this. Okay, so we have one more which is here also on this disabled on the opacity. So since we don't have, I'm just going to remove this altogether. Okay, so so if you just look at it right now, it has only one like this. Okay, so I just like might just want, since we have this, want to make it maybe more bigger to occupy the space. I don't know. Then we have why choose our invoice generator part. I'm not sure if that part is really necessary. I'm just going to remove. Okay, let's leave it. Anyways, I'm just going to also copy this pricing page. I'm just going to say also customize the pricing page. I'm just going to say, since I only have one pricing tier, make adjust the design to occupy then they adjust the design. Maybe to occupy the space, e.g. features should be in grid. Just see what is going to come up. That's the only page we're just going to work on, but there are some other pages that are there. So if you just go to, let me see, where is our design? It is here. So there are some other pages that we have not indicated. For instance, there is contact. So yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and remove some pages. Like we have contact page. So if you want to keep the contact, if you want to keep the contact page, you can keep it, but I will remove this page. I don't need the contact, so I will remove the contact, delete. Then there is another page which is about. So there is also about, not about us, but about. Okay, so there is this about page. I'm also going to remove this so you can keep with it. Not pricing. I was going to delete pricing. I'm just going to remove about. So I only have pricing right now. And then some other pages on Stripe. We have Stripe checkout, and then there is Stripe confirmation, Stripe success. So just going to remove all others, like remove Stripe confirmation, Stripe success, remove Stripe checkout, and Stripe elements. Just all these, I will delete all these ones because right now I'm looking at this project only. So I now have the checkout, which requires actually to be authenticated. Then we have also the page itself. Then we have the success. So we'll also customize those ones. Those are the pages we have so far. I'm just going to get this. Let's see how this looks like. If it is not looking good, so I'm just going to go back to the home pricing page. So I'm just going to replace this, but I'm just going to see how this looks like. Might be not looking good. I just go here and we say pricing. Okay, so we have simple transparent pricing. Then we have this. I think this is good. Just get started. And then we have monthly, which is 20%. Yeah. So this utilizes all the space instead of just like having all the blank space. This one uses all the space. Then here we have everything you need for professional invoicing, create in seconds, professional, and then yeah, this is good. This is good. Okay, so resources, there is no need for the resources actually. I'm just going to go ahead and remove this. Even templates, I'm not sure. I'm just going to create them as single links. Instead of drop down, I will just create them as single links. I'm just going to go back to the nav bar for a second. I will just simply leave create invoice. That is okay. Then templates. Okay, I'm just going to leave the templates. Now I will just remove it as a drop down. Features, I will remove this. Even this one. Resources, remove. Okay, so I will just say create invoice, pricing. Maybe we could just also add templates. I'm not sure if like it is necessary. For now, let's just not even, okay, just like put templates, but I will not create this page now. It will just be templates / templates, just like that. Okay. I'm just going to actually copy it. And let me just go back. I will just like comment this. In the future, you might just need it. So let's just put like this. Then go down here. So where we have this dot drop down. Okay. So we have dot drop down. So in the nav items, I could just like say that for now, let's just go with this link. So I will first comment this. I will just copy this here. And then for this, let me just go ahead and comment out. So we can just go ahead and put this like so. The same thing this side on the mobile navigation. We just also just comment this. Let me copy this one, the link. And let me go ahead and comment. And then let's add this link here. Okay, so very simple like that. We have create invoice templates and pricing. Just very few things. We can just go on this here. This looks also good. Okay, so now that one is good. Let's go to the sign up. So the another page that we have actually is let me go to the pricing. Okay, so if you click on the pricing, this one is going to take us on the checkout. So you can see this is 200. It takes us. Okay, so we have to first go ahead and sign up. Let me just sign up. Actually, like this one, you did you use that one like invoice? Sign it to invoicegeneratorpro.com. Then let's see. And this is this one takes us back to the page that requested that. So you just go here and see. Okay, so you can see we just go to the checkout. I don't think there is much to customize on this. Maybe we make this a blue color. I'm just going to leave most of these things the way they are. I will just only change this. So if you just go to the checkout, this is blue 600. So if you just go to the checkout under Stripe checkout, you will see this is composed of two things, the pricing panel and the elements on the right. So if you just go to the panel is the one which is having this. I'm just going to change this to blue and I will make this 600. So if you just go back, this becomes blue 600 and pink. The colors keeps on matching. This is great. Okay. USA 700. Since 700 is more darker. Okay. It still looks great. Okay, so this is good. So far, this is good. The only thing we just like need to change is this for everyone, and then like get every included 14 trial. I don't know which text can do this, but this looks really great. I'm just going to leave it just like that. Okay, so we have customized all the pages. Let's go to the dashboard. Okay, so when you go to the dashboard, you look at this as a normal user, and then we're just going to look at creating whatever we want in a second. But basically, what we want is we record the clients. So let's talk about the app itself just in a second. So where can I just going to use this one? So the app is the invoice generator SaaS. We said a user signs up, creates when you sign up, you'll be on a free plan. So currently, if you just go to billing, you see that we have billing here. So you can see on the billing, you are on a free plan. So when you sign up, there is no any session created. You simply have a free plan. So when users hit the invoice limit, so at this point, you should be able to create invoices. So when you hit, when users hit the invoice limit for free, they need to subscribe to Pro. So we need to work on creating the invoices. These invoices you see here, these are Stripe invoices, like the payment when someone has paid, then the invoices will be here. We can also just say if you are on a free plan, you don't need to see that you even have invoices, because but you can have the invoices. Let's say if you are on a paid plan and then you go back, you can see your previous invoices. Okay. So we have the billing. So I'm just going to first create these two pages right now. We have the dashboard. We have now the invoices. So I was just still explaining. So how this is going to work. So when someone creates an invoice, so you create an invoice, then from the invoice, we will create, we do this. One, we'll update the organization. Just call it like brand. We just update the brand details, like logo. So we just want to create a brand. When you create your first invoice, we'll go ahead and create a brand. If it doesn't exist, we'll update the details. We just keep on updating your details. So let's say you added a new logo, we'll just go ahead and update it. So this one, like logo, company name, and other things. The second thing is we'll also use the things you have submitted in the invoice to create the client. So you're just going to use that, the details like the bill to create the client. And then lastly, we create the invoice, and then we'll also create the invoice item. So if we wanted, we could create those ones as services. Okay, if we wanted, we could create these as services, like the invoice items as services. If you have like web development and it's just like a service, and then with that price so we can just like do that, like whereby this can help us like to, when you are creating the invoice, we can populate it with maybe 3 services or something. So can create invoice items, and then yeah, so basically this is it. So you'll be able to create the invoice, and then we create the invoice items. Yeah, so this is the plan. So I just want to create 3 pages, I guess. In the setting, we'll add the brand settings, while we'll have those the brand details or the brand profile. Then we'll have this. So let's create those ones. So I will start by going to protected routes, and you can just like add those pages within here. So the one that you're just going to add, we already have invoices, and we also have the clients. So under the settings, I'm just going to add only one thing, which is going to be brand. So we have here profile settings. So here we're just going to have brand settings, and here we're just going to add it like settings profile. So you're just going to have it, I'm just going to change this one to building, and these can be accessed by both of them. This is going to be brand just here, and I think that's the only thing we just need. Is there anything? 4 things, invoices. Okay, we don't want to complicate it, so let's go down here on the dashboard, and let's create 2 more links. So we create the first one, which is going to be clients. So you will see your clients as you create your invoices, and then we will also create page, sorry, clients, and what else? I'm just going to say RFC here. I'm just going to say H2 of clients. And invoices. So finally, just going to have one, which is going to be invoices. And we just have also the page.tsx for invoices. Sorry. RFC. I'll just have H2 for invoices. Okay, so now if I just go to our application, click on invoices, we should just have invoices. Clients, we should have a list for clients. Okay, nice. So let's start with, we'll have also templates. Okay. I think just going to add it in settings here. We're just going to add the template. Okay, so I'm just going to add in the settings. So under settings, I'm just going to add one more thing, which is going to be, so we need to create under settings, let's create brand slash okay, it's just going to be brand slash page dot tsx RFC. This is going to be H2 brand settings. Okay, just like this. Okay, and then lastly in this is going to be the template. maybe I'm just going to be like template slash, I'll just say here templates slash page dot tsx rfc. Okay, so this word template is a reserved keyword. Just going to say invoice templates. Avoid using the word template just anyhow. It is a reserved keyword, so you may just get some issues. RFC, what is this? I don't know why my page.tsx for some reason doesn't recognize the RFC. Just h2 templates. And I'm just going to add this link also in the protected routes. And so we have the profile brand. I'm just going to add one more thing, the invoice templates. And then it's going to be settings, invoice templates. We can just like give this one file text. Okay. Let me see the actual link. Invoice templates, invoice templates. Okay. So if you just go back here, you see now we have the invoice templates. Yeah. And then we have the profiles and all these other things. We already have the profile settings working. So the next thing we just need to do now, we just need to update a few things that we just need to do. We need to create the database schema and we do migrate on it. So now for the invoice, so I'm just going to go here. So you can just go to React UI template, React UI components.com, and you see that we have simple UI. And on the simple UI, scroll down the last page, you will see that we have these complete pages. And under complete pages, you see we have invoice pages. So I already have the design for, I was trying to go for the design for my templates. These ones I showed you earlier on, these ones. I was trying to go for something like this. Okay. So I will just go ahead and use this template. I will just use this template is what we are going to use. Okay, so on this, I just want to look at the data that we have here. So if you just look at the company, so let's go ahead and write down. I'm just going to bring my Notion, so close here, just like this, and let's go ahead and just like brainstorming. I'm just going to put here the models. So let's start with the brand model. So inside the brand is where we're just going to save, for instance, the company logo, company. So we have the logo plus company logo plus this slogan. So we're just going to have company, we're just going to say brand name. So we have the brand name. we'll have the brand logo. Okay, just say, I'm just going to say name, logo. So we have a name, we have a logo, and then we have a slogan. So you have a slogan, and then we have so this is the company name. So we have the phone numbers. So if you just go here to edit mode, you see that the company phone is actually one. So you can add two of them to one. So just go and say company phone. So just say here phone. Okay, so we have the logo. Then we have the address and email. Okay, so we have the address and the email. Okay. So this is the company info. So this information is going to be also gotten from, like, we'll just be prefilling it already if you and I think this was just going to be a premium feature. We'll see that after we have made it work, we just divide the free features and the other features. Now we have the build to, these are the customer details. So just go here. So let's create the custom. This is going to be the client. So the client model, I just say here, this is going to be user brand, the user brand, the user client, user clients. Okay, so the client will have invoice details. Have these the contact person, location. That's according to my invoice. You can just like add more details. Me, I'm just going to add only these ones. Normally, if you look at my invoice, it has B2, it has a contact person, company name, location, and the phone. So there are these 4 things. I'm just going to copy them here. We have contact person, company name, okay, then location, and then the phone. So you can just like add the email, because this would be good to send the email to this very user. So basically it will have also the same thing like above. If you want, you can save the logo, but I won't save the logo. I'm just going to save these plus the email. Okay, then we have the invoice details. Okay, so we have the invoice details. So the invoice will have all these other details, like the invoice number, okay, invoice date, due date. So let's just say it will have the invoice number. Okay, then invoice I just said invoice number, invoice date, invoice due date, then we have the customer ID. Okay, of course, it will have to have the relation with the customer ID. Just have your customer. I think the customer ID, which is the client ID, then prepared by. It has also prepared by. Okay, so that's good. Then we have the, of course, it should also have the tax information. Okay, so what we could do also, we could save this tax loan along on the either the company. We could just like add this on the brand, or we could just add it separate as that. So we have the footer information. So this, we're just going to add it. We're just going to add it also on this. I'm just going to add this as contact info, payment info, and the thank you message. I will add all these ones as a string. All these ones, they're just going to add them on the brand. So contact info, payment info, and then the thank you message. Okay, the thank you message, just like this. Okay, so that looks good. Then we have this tax information. So the tax rate and the sales tax and other charges. So we can also save all that. All these, we can also save them also on the brand. Okay, all these, we can save them on the brand. Okay, so now then we have the invoice item. So the invoice item is this one item, this one. So you have, it has quantity, description, unit price, total price. So it is going to have the quantity. So it has quantity, description, unit price. I think that is it, because this is a computed price. However, we have to keep it also. So we can also just say add total. Total price, and that's it, I guess. Okay, so now using this information, we're just going to use it to create all the necessary models we want. Okay, we just create all the necessary models that we want. So I'm just going to explain here all these details. So you can just use this technique here to generate all the models very fast. So I'm just going to say that for our invoice SaaS, okay, for invoice SaaS, here are the models that we have. Okay, just going to say for every user, okay, the user will have a brand, okay, a brand stroke will have only one brand. Okay, the user will have only one brand. So just going to put in a bracket 1 to 1. Okay, and it's going to say then, and then the user can create invoice. A user can create invoice. And an invoice, and an invoice will have invoice items, and then also a user will have clients. Okay, the user will have clients. The user will have clients, and this will be good. And I'm just going to say I will provide you the information for all these models. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy these, and let me just add them here. I'll just say I will give you my existing Prisma models, and I want you to add the remaining models. So you can just go ahead and get this schema now, which is having these ones. I'm just going to copy, and I will just add it here. So it will just go ahead and add all the remaining models, including their relationships, I believe. Okay, so just going to be adding one by one. So session, user role, subscription status, payment status, and invoice status. Draft sent paid. So just going to be having this on the invoice statuses. So I'm just going to create this. So the invoice can be draft sent when you send it on the email, and then viewed, paid, overdue, cancelled, and all that. Okay, so let's have the user. I'm just going to start by creating the one for new invoice SaaS models. We just have that the user has a brand, and then the client has the clients, and then invoice, and then invoice items, just like this. So let's get these ones down here like this. So these ones will have an opposite relationship. So for instance, a user will have a brand. So that's going to be brand information, name, logo, slogan, phone, address, email. And then we have the payment information, bank details, payment methods, and all that kind of stuff. Okay. Then we have the clients. So we just need simply go ahead and add these. Just simply go to the user. I'm just going to go to the user, and we just simply add these ones here, the invoice related ones. So if you just go to the user, they have added in down here. If you just look at them, I will simply replace with the story. So brand, clients, and invoices, just like this. Nice. So we have the brand. A user must have a brand, and this one will be created also, as you can see here, logo, information, and all this. And then we have the clients. So a user will have a client and contact person, company name, location, phone, email, notes. I don't know where these ones will be, but you can just like add also notes. And then we have is active. I don't know like if this is necessary, but then the clients have invoices. So like this, they belong to invoices. Of course, even the users, they also have, I guess, the invoices. Yeah, as you can see here. So the invoice has the user and also has the client. And so when you send all these information just like this, okay, and then we have the invoice item as we saw it here. I'm not going to use anywhere a decimal. I'm just going to change this into floats. So just change this into float and just remove this. The same thing, change this to float, remove this. Finally, even this to a float, and I will just remove this. Okay, so you can't just like say check if there is anywhere we have decimal. So, and make sure that you remove all these decimal into floats. Just like this. Just change this to float. And even this to float. I'm not going to work with these floats. They're very hard to deal with. Okay, we still have others here. I'm just going to say float, float, float. And let's go ahead and remove these. Okay, so they are done. So if you just go here and search for decimal, we don't have any other decimal right now. Okay, so at this point, let's just go ahead and push this. We didn't talk about the template, so we're just going to add the template names. So let's just say we just have 4 templates. Let's just say we have 4 templates. So I'm just going to say here, we can save the templates on the, where can we save the templates? They will be also on the user brand. Okay, we just also save these on the user brand. Let's just say, so I'm just going to say create for me an enum. So just going to create an enum with 4 templates. Okay, with 4 templates, an enum of 4 template names, and then we will add it. We'll add it to the brand and choose one and make it a default. Choose one and make it default. Just simply to come up with names. I don't know which names, but we can just say come up with some names like the classic and what we can just like choose some names as simple as that. There is nothing much really that has changed. So if you just go down here, they must have just like created the template, enum template, just like this. Under this, I'm just going to add it here. So just going to have invoice, professional, modern, classic, and minimal, just like that. And then we'll have this will be added under. This will be added under the new invoice. So this will be added under the brand. So under the brand information, we have also the template. So you can see here the invoice template, just like this. We'll have one that is a default. So down here, we will have this template, one that is a default, just like so. Okay, we have this as a default, just like that, and that's it. Okay, nice. So since we have that, let's go ahead and push this. So I'm just going to stop the server, and just say npx Prisma db push and p npm dev, just like that. So I will start by this form. So since we already have, so when we create an invoice, we'll just initialize that point when someone hasn't created any invoice. So when we create the invoice is when we are going to initialize all this. The brand is when we are going to create the brand, is when we are going to create the customer, and we're going to create the invoice with all these details. Now, since we have 4 invoices, we can just like you work with all these templates. Basically, we can just like do that in the future, but I'm just going to work with one. Then in the future, we can customize the looks of those invoice templates. So simply, I'm just going to go ahead and on the template, let me just see. So we'll just be creating this as the new. So on the templates, so this actually worked. You can see here it added them and generated new Prisma. So I will just go up here. Inside the dashboard, we have invoices. I will create invoices new. So I will just create a folder for new, and within this new, I will put page.tsx RFC, and this is where the invoice is going to be. Now, inside these invoices, I will create a folder called components. So all the invoice related components, they will go here. So within this one, I will create the invoice form. So I'll just say invoice form.tsx, just like this, RFC. So this is where we're going to put our invoice form. So let me just go ahead and get this invoice form. Simply go on the code and let's get the code. I'm just using this invoice form. Then paste everything like this. So I'll start by changing its name to invoice form. Invoice form like this, and just go ahead and export this invoice form just like that. Oh, actually we already have the invoice form. I'm just going to call this as what can I call it? Maybe we just call it okay, I'm just going to call it I'm just going to add the word user invoice form just like that. And then even this one, let me rename it to user invoice form. Okay, so you can copy this and import this inside the new, where we have this one. Let's go ahead and add this like so. So within this one, there are two packages we need to add. The first one is React to print. So you can just go ahead in the browser and you just go and say React to print just like so. So this is the package React to print. Normally, just like always, just come here and you see if it is TypeScript is supported. So we can just go ahead and we install this. So we just open the terminal and let's just say pnpm install React print. And then another one is going to be, so we have another one, which is this PDF renderer. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this. So we have it React PDF renderer. So this is the one. So just going to go ahead and also install this npm install React PDF renderer just like this. So this one is good. Let's install this one and see. Okay, so that one is also good. We have all the things we want. Nice. So we can just go ahead and see this form. So if I just go to invoices, so go to our app, go to where we have invoices, dashboard, invoices, /new, just like this. We should be able to see our invoice. Okay, so you can see this is our invoice. It has sat in really nicely. I like it. Okay, I like it. So, and we're just going to use those, of course, those details. We'll leave those details. These ones, they be really helpful for someone not start when this is really blank. We just leave in these ones just to help him or her to understand how this looks like. Okay. So let's see. So the first thing we just need to do is we need to create some functions for the invoices page. Now that we have the new, we just want this invoices page to have the list of invoices plus some statistics on top. for instance, we need statistics like, so if you're just like a freelancer, and let's just talk about the invoice page. So invoice page, you just like want to know, for instance, the total invoices. Okay, so total invoices. Okay, total invoices count. Then total revenue then total revenue paid, and then total revenue unpaid, just like that. So we just need those for statistics like this, and then on top here, just going to have what we need: total invoices count, total revenue paid, total revenue unpaid. Those are for statistics, and then we need a list. So we just need a list of all invoices, and each invoice we just need a invoice number. Then maybe also the client name, total amount of the invoice, and then invoice due date. And maybe we're just going to, instead of just like invoice due date, we could just like put the remaining days. Okay, we can just like add the remaining days just like that. What else? I think those are like the, when you create the invoice, then to have like view, it just have like view invoice, that would be it, because all others, like the downloads, they download and everything, and edit, they will be under where we have this view invoice. Now deleting the invoice is not going to be, we're just going to make it a premium feature. So like to delete the invoice will be premium. We're just also going to have the delete invoice. Delete invoice. This will be a premium feature. Okay, so like this is the what we want for the stuff for the cards on that, or for the statistics that we want on top of that. So basically, I just want to create these and return them in one. So I'm just going to create a serve action that's going to return all this. So let's say create a server action that will be used to display data on the invoices page. Okay, there will be some cards for stats, and also a table listing the invoices for this year. So just like this, this year. So invoice page, total invoices count, total revenue, total this, list of invoices, invoice number. So this is basically what I want to first create, the server action that's going to get that. So I'll also just go here and create in actions. I'll create invoices.ts and let's say use server. So we're just going to have everything done from here. So let me hope it has done. It is done. Yes, I give it some few seconds. It should be done. Okay, so let's go through this serve action for a second and we see if we can just going to remove some things. So the first thing, we have the Prisma and Auth. So I'm just going to first get this Prisma from Prisma. So wherever we have Prisma, so replace Prisma dot with db dot. So you can just say find control F and control H. Just going to find Prisma dot and replace with db dot. And let's import the db. Now on top here, we just have the auth. So this one, we just need to get the authenticated user. Okay, like we simply need a user ID. In this case, we can just specifically create a function to get this, but here just can say just get auth user. There is this function already that comes with it. From here, it just returns a few things. That's why I want this one. So this, if there is no user, this one gives us a user actually. And if there is no user.id, and then we have the user ID like so, and then we can use it. So we get the current year. So this is the current year, start of the year, end of the year. So we just want to get only the things in this year only. Fetch all the invoices for the current year. So we have invoices, db.findMany, where user ID, and we have the invoice date greater than or equal to start of the year, and then less or equal to the end of the year. So you can see how we calculate December 31st and January 1st. And then include, so we're including company name, contact person, and order by the invoice date. Calculate the stats, so we get the total invoices, total revenue. So here we just do a reduce of invoice. This is the total revenue. Then for the unpaid, for the revenue paid, we just simply do a filter of only invoices whose status is paid, and then unpaid is total minus the paid. Then we calculate the remaining days and format. So today, invoice the list. So here we map and then we calculate the remaining days. Okay, so we return all the data. So you can see here, we are returning data we just want. Invoice number, client name, and all this. Then the stats. Now we return the stats and the invoice list. Okay, I think these ones were used up there. Here we're just going to get also the user. Let's get user is equal get auth user, and we say if there is no user, and then here we're just going to get the user ID just like that. Okay, then there is export function get invoice activity. we just also get the user is get auth user. If there is no user, then we get the user ID. Okay, and finally get invoice status distribution. I don't know if we use those ones. Just get auth user. This is going to give us back a user, and then this is the user. Nice. So the only thing right now I want are the types. So we simply need to create the types for this get invoice dashboard data. I don't think we just need, we'll also need these stats on the dashboard, but just let's just get this. Actually, we have the, already we have them here. I like this. So we already have export invoice data, and this is returning this. So I'm just going to go on the invoices here. So just go on the invoice new. So within the page here, this is where we're just going to put this. So before we put anything, I'm just going to go to users. So simply go to users here, and on the page, so just going to use this format. I just want you to get this, copy everything, and paste it on this like so. Okay. So I will just go in the user table listing. So it is under this. I will copy this component. I will go back to the invoices page. Into the components, I will paste it. I will change this to invoice table listing. So this is going to be invoice table listing, just like that. And so invoice table listing, I'm just also going to change this to invoice table listing. Okay, it will take in to be, so for this one is going to take in these types we have here under invoices. It will take in this data here. To take in the stats and the invoices. So we could separate them, or we could just like pass them, but I'm just going to separate them. Just take in invoices and the stats. So here it will take in these two. Let me pass them here. It will take in the invoices, and it will also take in the stats. Just like this. Now for the invoices, it will be an array of invoice items. So here, invoice list item, get it. Then the stats, just also the same thing. So just come here and say stats. Just like this. Invoice stats. Let me remove these. Okay, so let's customize the here. Just start where we have only the error only. So the data is going to be invoices, just like that. Then we'll pass in the columns in a second, and here we just say invoice list item, just like that. Now the columns, we're just going to look at the columns, and all these other things you can see here. Okay, so The next thing I'm just going to do is this. Let me first go ahead and remove some of these things here. Okay. So we'll have this is going to be the invoice listing component. Okay, so I'm just going to copy it like this. I will just give it here so that please customize this invoice listing component, just like so. Now we're just going to give it the customization. First, just going to say add the stats cards. Okay. Then the second one, customize the columns to match the invoice, to match the invoice list item. Okay. I think that's the only thing we just want to do. For other things like handle new, so I'm just going to minimize. For the handle new, this handle new here, we're just going to say route. Okay, I'm just going to say const router. Just going to say const router. So on top here, we just remove this open model. So I'm just going to say const router is equal to use router from next. I think we already have it, the router. So I'm just going to say router dot push. Okay, so just going to say router dot push, and this is going to be dashboard dashboard invoices new, just like this. And now another one is going to be on the edit. So this will be handle router dot push dashboard invoices course. So this is going to be in case it's going to be the invoice. So here this should be invoice invoice list item, and this is going to be invoice ID edit. Okay. I think the edit part, we're just going to send it also on the same place. Yeah, we're just going to send it on invoices, like on the edit, like so. The delete, the delete for now just going to be invoice invoice list item, set delete to invoice. Okay, so if you just go to this, you just change this to invoice list item, go back. The columns will work on them, and also the export here. Then what else? The search fields, if you just do this, we can say client name, and we can pass in so many others. Client name, invoice number, like that. Then we don't have the date. I'm not sure if we can just like comment it out. Then export confirm. This one will be dot invoice number. Now the remaining thing, like this yeah, I think that's it. There is no need for any, we don't have any form within here. That's good. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this instead. Let's remove this one. I will just add this. So I'll just say customize the columns, okay, to match the invoice list item. Also customize the export, okay, the export columns. Okay, so then it's going to go ahead and add just a few things to customize this. We don't have any invoice right now, but at least we already have that. And for the dashboard also, as we just like putting this one, so this invoice listing table, I'm just going to call this, let me just call it on the page. So I will just replace like so. We just say invoices. Since we have some statistics, I'm just going to leave it manage invoices. And then instead of this, it's going to be invoices. Now let's go ahead and just get this function that we saw here, this one here, get invoice dashboard data. And you can see it's going to return these two things. It can return this or NAR. So we can just come basically here and we can destructure this and we say await get invoice data, just like this. So we can destructure two things here. If you just look at this, it should return a promise. If I just go here, you can see that it is returning stats and the invoices. So on page, it should return stats and the invoices. I think stats does not exist on the type. Okay, so since it can also return NAR, so just say here const data. Okay, so since this data has ability to return NAR, so there are two ways we can handle this. We can either give the default values here on the else part, because that is coming from this return NAR here. Okay. We can either just like return that, give it default values, or so we can just come here and we say if, for instance, if we have no data, so if, for instance, you can just like write if there is no remember this is wrapped in suspense. So you can just say if there is no data, we can just like return something. So I can just like have another component that we can return for this case. Let's say here a p tag. Just gonna say p tag, which says no invoices data. Okay, we can just even just like add a button to create new invoice or something like that. but I would want to actually destructure this. I don't know why, because for the invoices table, it already has that functionality of, okay, so what I'm just going to do is, how about giving them a default? So let me just go here. So you can see this is an array and this one is, so you can just go ahead and return this here on the return. You can just go ahead and return this. So for the stats, you can return an object, and for this an empty array. So for this one, since it is the stats, they are these ones. So these, okay, you can just go ahead and total invoices 0, 0, 0, and you can return 0, just like this. Now, instead of returning null, it returns that. So if you just go back here, we can now say that, wait, on this, we can remove this. So if you just go back here, now it returns the data. So we can destructure this now, and we get the stats, and we can also get the invoices and stats. And now we pass these in the invoice listing. Let's pass invoices, and let's pass the stats. Let's pass the stats, just like that. Nice. Okay, so let's just take a look at this invoice listing component that has been made with this. Okay, so the easy way not to mess up a lot of things, I'm just going to first duplicate this one, and let me just get this one it has made, and we just move through it and we see what it has done basically. So I always just start by looking at the errors, is what I always look at. Okay, so if you just look at this, is giving the variants that are not there, I guess. Okay, and then down here it has this on label, new invoice. I don't know why it gets all these actions. So it was trying to add in its own items and icons, which we don't need. So basically we have only just like this one for variants, which we are going to sort. If you just get the status color, is that we have just added others. You find that you have all these stuff, but all these variants are not there. So like this is the status, and then it returns a variant. And when you come to the variants, then you pass in the color, which is like supposed to be a variant, but if you hover here, it will tell you that others are not there. So what it should just give us is that it can update the badge. So you can have this badge, and we can just go ahead and tell it to update this to add all the variants. So we say update the badge to add all the variants. So it can just like update this to add all the variants the way we have them here. Otherwise, we should be good. I'm just going to go ahead and delete this one. There is no any issue I'm seeing in here. So we have also the cards. So let me first see what it has done. So we receive the data, format the amount, we have the get color, we have the get remaining days, and then we have the columns. It has the invoice number and everything. And then we have handle new. Then we have the filtered invoices is invoices. And then we have invoice number, client, due date, status, and remaining days. So we have all those. So let me just get this button. I'm not sure if it has affected the original badge. So let me just go to this badge. Where is it? Under the columns badge. So we can just like update this, hoping that it won't affect anything. So in the invoice, it has now no colors. Okay, nice. So we should be able to go to this page. Let's change this one. I'm just going to say this is going to be invoice listing with data, and then let's name it like this. So if we just go back to the invoices page, okay, we have total invoices, total revenue, total paid invoices, and unpaid, 0. And then down here, we have invoices looking great, and add new invoice. This takes you to this. Okay, so literally what we should do is that we have to get add a button, one of the buttons here, to customize the template. Okay, so we're just going to do that one maybe at some point. Right now we just need to focus on creating our first invoice. So let me just click on this, and let's go to edit mode. So this is our invoice, and what we just need is basically customize this here. Okay, just going to come and bring in this. Now the fact that we have the one for new and the one for edit mode. So this is just like for edit mode. When you're just like feeding in like this, it has nothing to do with if you already have for a particular user, we just customize that. But for now, they just like work to have all these details. So if you just go on the edit mode, there are some details we need to add in. Okay, we just need to make sure that everything we have here are matching. Okay, let's start with, we just need to go ahead and look into our schema. Okay, so we have the brand details, for instance, which has the name, slogan, and all that information. So I'm just going to go to the form. We called it user invoice form. So if you just look at this user invoice, it comes when it has all this information, just like this. Okay, so for this, we can just like only add maybe only 2 items or 3. I will just remove others. So this is going to be acting as the default data for the form while we are editing. Okay, while we are editing, Then in the future, we'll fetch the last invoice to be used as the default. But if a user is new, he should see this. Okay. If a user is new, he should see this. But if he's not new, then we can just get the details of one of the invoices, more especially the last invoice, and then we do that. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to prepare all this data, and then we send it to the database. So basically the invoice, we might just add this for uploading the logo, because most especially these unknown circumstances, there is no any person who is going to first upload this. I will just put the logo upload right now, but what I just need right now is to get this information and do everything with it. So I'm just going to first give here these some rules. So I'm just going to say that I already have my form. Okay. You have my form. So I will give it to you. So I need you to modify so that the form gives out the data. I don't need just to modify the form. I simply just need to modify the form so that the form data matches the schema fields. Okay, so we're just going to say categorize. The form data object, so you can just select the we want to just have the this form data object. I don't know if it is necessary, because it has like it as invoice data. And if you just go and let me see, if you already go to the form, okay, if you just go to the invoice form, you can see the initial data is invoice data. I think that will be easy for us to manage. Okay, that would be really easy for us to manage. So let me first go down to this. If you just right click, let me first bring back this here. If you right click and submit the information, just go ahead and put tax rate of 10, 0, like it says 3 or 4. And let's go down here and save. So this submits the information, company address. Okay. Okay, so this here, it already have this information here. So I'm just going to say I already have the form. The form already submits the data in this format. Okay, so I'm just going to say, so what you need is to make sure the data has the same field names like the ones in the schema. The another thing is add any missing form fields. Okay, add any missing form fields, and so you can say and then create a server action to create a new invoice. So here there are so many things when an invoice is created. You need to create also the brand, invoice items, like when invoice created, you need to create also the brand, invoice items. Let's see the information. The invoice, yeah, I think that's it. You need to create that information. Okay, I'm just going to say here, do not change the styles. The styles are okay, so I'm just going to give it this. Now, if you look at this component, is a really huge component. Maybe we could just give it only one part. But let's just like see if I just like give it this. Now, for your case, you can actually use Gemini. If you're just going to try using Gemini, it has good context window. Like others, if you paste in, it may refuse. But for Gemini has a really good context window. If I just like paste in this, it might actually take it in all of it. Like Gemini has a big context window compared to all others. You see, all of it, it has taken it. I think it has cut some. Okay, but I think the only one we just need was the invoice form, and all the remaining ones we could just like maintain them the way they are. In fact, would have changed accordingly, like would have given it in the first place. This would be a nice one, but let's just see. So let's see, it started with a serve action actually. So let's first get a serve action. So this is, I'm just going to put it alone. I will just put under create invoice. So you already have invoices, but I'm just going to create this as create invoice since this is really big. Okay, let's first get away with this. And I'm just going to get the user, get auth user. If there is no user, and then here we use the user ID. Okay, so the first one is create invoice. It receives the data. The most important thing is this data, because we have the create invoice data. So it receives invoice data. Let's see. It create invoice and it receives this create invoice data. And first get the authenticated user, the one who is logged in. Pass the dates. So invoice date is new date and the due date is new date.invoice date. Start the transaction. So this has to be put in a transaction because we are creating a lot of things and there is a possibility of failure here. So that's why we need a transaction. So I will first replace this with DB. So within a transaction, import the DB. So within the transaction, we first create or update the brand. So create brand, find unique where use ID. So is first finding if we have already created a brand. So if we haven't created, then we go ahead and create the brand. Okay, so we use this information, thank you, the tax rate, everything, other charges, and all this, and even the invoice template, the default here. So we first create a brand. Let's update the existing brand with this information that we have just sent right now. So that is done. The second one, create or find the client. So we first see if we have find first. We have the client user ID or company name, data.b2 company, and like there is some information here. And if there is a no client, then we just go ahead and create a new one using these details. Then we create the invoice using this information, the notes and everything. Then step number 4, create the invoice items using the invoice ID. So you can see we go through them. If item.quantity is greater than item, the description is not equal to empty. So just going to map. So you just here, this line is removing the items which don't have description. So then here we have invoice.create. We pass in the invoice ID, and that's it. Then number 5, we update the invoice count. So now we update the invoice count increment by 1, and we return the created invoice, brand, and the items. We validate invoice items and the dashboard. We return success, data, and message. That's it. Then we have generate the invoice. This one actually, let me just see, let's get the user here. Auth get auth user, and let's remove this, and then we can just get the user ID. So we can also just get the last invoice, because here you can see current existing invoice. It gets all the existing invoices, and then it gets the sequence, as you can see, invoice year XX, and it gets, and then it does pad start, and it returns invoice like this. Now the thing is, then you can see the fallback, whereby you do a random sequence, and I think this one is going to be used in the generate invoice. Then we have generate custom ID, then company name prefix, and all that. Nice. So we have these two, and let's just go and see the form. I'm very sure that it did not finish the form. Now I would just first get maybe the important. I wish it would just leave everything, and just we get the important ones. The invoice preview. Let's first compare this. Did this change? I'll just want to know if the initial invoice data has really changed. Just going to go up here. So copy this. Meanwhile, let's just say continue. Let's go back to the user invoice. I just want to see if it did change anything on that. I'm not sure if it changed anything here. So if you just look at this, we have the invoice data, and then okay, we have invoice item. Oh, it actually changed it. If you just look at it, it has interface create invoice data. It changed actually some things. Okay, it changed some things for sure. Just give it some seconds. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to duplicate this original invoice form with this one. Okay, so it shows that it has finished. Let me just copy this, and so for this updated one, let me first see if it is okay. I will give you normally I'm just going to go down. Okay, let's see this. These are from actions, and I'm just going to get them from create invoice. Okay, it seems like it has no problems. Okay. It brought it, says this is the initial invoice data. It left it everything the way it was. Okay, it actually didn't just rename, it left them the way they are, just like this. I think that one was just a more easy or a more better approach. Let me just go and see if it didn't change anything that breaks our code. What's going on here? I'm just going to first do this. So you're seeing here file had an error. I don't know what's this. Sub action must be async function. Okay. So if you just go back to these create invoices, these ones need to be async. Generate custom ID needs to be async. And what that means is that either we just move this from this side. If it's not going to be an async function, if this is just going to be a normal function, there is no need for this to be in this side, because this one is not doing any asynchronous task in any way. So I'm just going to remove this function and take it somewhere else. So you can just say cut this, and literally you can take this to somewhere else. So I'm just going to go to invoices, where we have these components. I'm just going to say here helpers, and I'm just going to just go here, get customer ID.ts. It's supposed to be tsx or ts. It's supposed to be ts. There is no HTML here. Okay, so in this, we first remove this, and then we can just get where it has been used. Generate custom ID. Okay, so let's go back. Yeah, so these two still has all the things we had. Okay, there is nothing that has changed. There is nothing that has changed really. Yeah, it just like maintained it exactly the way it was. Okay, so now I just simply want to simply test. Okay, I simply want to go ahead and test it to see if this is going to make sense. I'm just going to go ahead and just save. Creating invoice. Okay, invoice created. And yeah, so we have the invoice number. So you can see 001, and then we have code labs, and then the due date. We didn't just like change the due date, but then the invoice is 334. Then status overdue because of the date. Now we have the view and edit. Now we already have edit. I don't think we need this. Okay, but at least we have now one invoice, and this is unpaid revenue of $334. Now, depending on the currency, that one can be really something. I think when someone is creating the invoice, we should also specify the currency they need that amount to be in, like for every invoice or something. Like that can be a really big problem when it comes to that. But let's just go ahead and look at view. So now in the view, we need to pass in the initial data. Okay, I'm just going to remove this copy. I'm just going to simply give you this, guys. So I will just go to this and let me just add the invoice code. Just say a code, and let me just give you this. Code highlighting is not supported for more than 10,000. Okay, that is okay. So you'll find this this file, which will be now easy for you to add in here. Okay, so what I just need is the invoice detail. So other invoices, we have new. We need now to view the invoice, but this time we need to pass in the initial data. Okay, so I'm just going to just say here, I want to create the view invoice detail page. It calls the same. It shows the same component, but we pass in the object of the this was initial data of the initial data. So if you just look at it here in the new, so we just simply call this same component this one. Okay, we just need to call this. We just need to call this and then we pass in initial data. Let me see this. So this should take in the initial invoice data, this one. Okay, so simply I just want to create the server action that will fetch the data and modify this detail page to use suspense, and that's it. There is nothing much I want, just simply the serve action to fetch the data, the invoice data, all of it, and then we are going to pass it in as a component. So meanwhile, let's first see. I want to remove one of these buttons. We don't need these two buttons. Under the actions, we can leave the view, whether it is view and edit. So let me just go back to the invoice table listing. We have here actions, and we have the view, and then we have also the handle edit. So this one I can just comment it out so that we just only remain with the view. You can even just write there the word view, just like that. Yeah. So you can just like view it or you can edit it. Okay, so let's just continue. So I'm just going to go on this to see what this page. So if you click on this, it takes dashboard invoices ID. And to be very sure, so you can see text onto the ID. So you just need to create a page within the invoices, a dynamic page. I'm just going to say ID, just like this, and we create page.tsx, and this is going to be a dynamic page. So you can just come here. The dynamic page with suspense is this one. I'm just going to get this detailed page. Let's just look at it. First, we have the invoice form, and I'm just going to first comment this. So we have the skeleton, then there's the header skeleton, and then the invoice ID. We get this. Let's get the invoice form here. Then there is the get the invoice metadata. Let me just go ahead and first get that. So this is the actual page, invoice details, and then we get the params. Now the params here, they are going to be promise. So just say promise of this. Okay, it just have to be a promise, and what this means is that now we cannot get like this. So just say const invoice ID is going to get invoice ID is going to be equal to await params dot. So you have to wrap this, and then you say dot ID, and then this one has to be an async function, just like that. Okay. So this is why we have everything. Let's get these functions. This one that gets invoice detail. So I'm just also going to change this and add it in the invoice details.ts, and let's just walk over them. So I will just first remove these two, and let's start get invoice by ID. It takes in the invoice ID, and we first get the user. So this is going to be user is get auth user. We just have the session if there is no user, and then we get the user ID from the user. And then here we just find, so I'm just going to replace this. Let's get the Prisma. So we find fetch the invoice with all related data. So find first where ID is invoice ID, user ID. So ensure the user can only access their own invoices. Here we include the client, we include the items, we also include the user, brand. If there is no invoice, we return not found. And then the brand, get the brand data. Okay, so they say here, if there is no brand, create a default brand if none exists. So you can see it's trying to create the brand, and here I'm just going to name this as this is app. Calculate, and then here we are returning the data the way it's supposed to. Then additional helper to get the invoice basic info for metadata. So let's get also user is get auth user. Okay. Now get here by user ID. Okay, so this looks good. Let's go back here. Let's get metadata. Get invoice by ID. And if you just look at these params, these are metadata. Okay, I don't think like do we really need like for the metadata props? Let me see. I'm not sure if we just really need metadata for that case. Like, but this is the same thing like page props, the ones we show here. So we can handle the ID in the same way by saying const ID is equal to, so we can just get it like this way. Here, just name this as ID, and for this has to be an async function, and then this you put the ID. So we remain with this initial data on the invoice form. So we simply need to pass in that prop, this one, in the user invoice form here. So if you just look at this, you can just like, I think, pass in the like this. I just don't like the functions which are just like created like this. I'm just going to change it in a second, but let me just pass in invoice data right now like this. So I will just change in this one. I can change this. You can just say export this one, export default function, then name this name. Okay, and you can remove this, and also you can remove this. So then this, we give it just give it invoice data. So you say this is going to be invoice data like this, and you can just say this is not required. So this, okay, this here is not, so you can just name it like this. You say this is not required, and when you do this, it brings this here, and we can just give it an initial. So there was an initial data that was here, this one, initial invoice data. So just going to say, we're just going to call this one initial data. I'm just going to call this one initial data, and we can give this like this. Okay, so like when there is nothing passed in, it will use initial data. When we pass in data, then it will use the other one. So in the case when we are just coding the detailed page, it should just use that very data. Okay, so I think that one is updated user form invoice. So it says at this interface prop use existing blah blah. So it's just saying here even the mod. So I'm seeing here it passed in also the mod here, the create mod. Then use provide data or fall back to the default. So you're saying is edit, set is editing, use mod, create mod, edit. I'm not going to use that. I think there is no need. For that case, that change we have made should be enough. Let's just refresh a little bit. Okay, so you can see we have invoice this for code labs status, and then we have all the information that was there. It generated the invoice, which we don't want. We can just like also control that by passing in the editing ID. So let me just go back here. So in here, we'll pass in also the editing ID. So you just call this. We're just going to say editing ID. Editing ID is equal to invoice ID, just like this. And now we can just also pass in this editing ID. Okay, can pass in editing ID, and editing ID is going to be a string. It's going to be a not required string, just like this. And then we can change a few things depending on this. So for instance, let's say the invoice ID. So I'm just going to say Control F, invoice number. So like for instance, handle invoice number, just like that. I just want this invoice number thing. Okay, so this use the effect here, initialize invoice number. So you say if form data dot invoice number or form data dot invoice number is equal initial data, then here generate invoice number, which is await generate this, then it sets the invoice number to generated invoice number. So basically what we want is that So you can see here is trying to generate the invoice here. So the only thing I just want to do is, in this case, is on this invoice number here. I'm just going to simply do this. If there is editing ID, I'm just going to say, okay, so the editing ID needs to be passed to this invoice. We need to pass in here. We need to pass in that. So I'm just going to pass in also the editing ID. Editing ID is going to be a string, not required. And even here, I'm just going to say editing ID. And now it is going to base on this editing ID. If editing ID is true, then we use initial data dot does this have an ID? Okay, if the editing ID is there, then it is initial data dot invoice number. So it is initial data dot invoice number. Else we add the generate, just like that. The same thing, if there is an error, still we can just like add the same thing here. The only difference is that this time here we pass in the fallback number. Okay, then we have also the customer, generate the customer, and then set the customer ID. So here just also going to do the same thing. We're just going to say if editing ID. If this is true, then it's going to be initial data dot customer ID. Else is this. Okay, so that is good. So we just need to pass in whatever we have this invoice form. We need to use this somehow. So here we are coding is edit mode invoice form, and here we can pass in the editing ID as editing ID. Then we have invoice preview data. So if we just go back, refresh, you can see that this gave this the original one. Only the customer ID is missing, I don't know if previously the customer ID was not there. Then also in the edit, it's supposed to be in this mode, this preview mode for the view. And of course you can also the edit. So we want to disable this text here in this. You can see the invoice number. The custom ID for some reason is not there. Let's see how the custom ID is generated. So in the invoice form, we initialize this. We also initialize. So if you look at the custom ID, it takes in the billing company and the contact person. So this is basically generated. It is not saved anywhere, I believe. Yeah. So let's leave the customer ID. If you look at the generate, it is having this random digit. Let me first see in the schema for a second. We have customer ID, Stripe customer ID. The only customer ID we have is that. If you look at the invoice, let's look at the invoice data. If you look at the invoice that we have, or the company, we have the billing, invoice, and the items. So basically there is nowhere they are saving the. That is very dangerous. If it was not generating a random number, unless we remove the random, because it can create the prefix, contact prefix, and then it gets these random digits. So if it gets the random digits every time and we don't save it anywhere, then we are in a big trouble. Let me just go back. But I'm seeing here we have invoice data.customer ID. Let me see. Customer ID. You can see here we have even the customer ID here. set previous. Generate customer ID. It seems right now let me just go ahead and console.log the data that we have here. Don't want us to spend a lot of time here. So I'm just going to go ahead and say console.log invoice data. I know this is really much data, but I just want to see or look at that object. So you can just go and come back here. Just want to see if I have so you can see the customer ID is actually empty. Okay. So we can just like make also then a statement, and we say that we can just like do check for something here. So we can just say if editing ID and initial data dot custom ID. So if this and this, then we use this. Otherwise, we use the generated one. And it is a possibility that also that I don't know what I've done. What is that? I don't know why I've made that mistake right now. Where have I done a mistake? Okay, so where we have the let me just first do Control Z. So it is onto this. Let's just say if editing ID and you know, if why can't we do and I put that. Okay, so so the custom ID here is not being initialized. Let me just refresh. Okay, so it is initialized right now. Then I was If we're just in the edit mode, we can edit, and then we can just like leave the preview mode, and we can preview here. Good. So one thing that we need to add, for example, is, so we need to have also the update, I believe. So edit. So we need to have this to be now the, if it is already there in the editing mode, it should be like update. So we have here the form, and it also takes in the on submit. For now, I'm just going to focus on the other things. I'm going to focus on other things, like sending via email and download. If you just look at this, the download is already like working nicely. The only problem is on this text here, but otherwise the download is really working fine. The only thing now is to implement like the sending via email, which the model seems not to be coming out. Let me just look for send mail pop-up. It is here. I'm just going to give this a Z index of 99. Okay. Just go ahead and click this. Okay, so, oh, it is in the center. Okay. I don't know why it is in the center, but you can say send via email. Suppose enter the email, and then they send an invoice to that particular email. Of most of the chances, like you will be just like downloading, but I'm just going to add that functionality for sending this and uploading the logo, and that will be, I think, most of the things we are going to do. Let's also fetch the dashboard. Okay, I will leave whatever is here right now, and then I will just add down the invoices. So we have these cards we have on the listing, the ones for statistics. Just going to go up here, look for stats. So the stats cards are here. I'm just going to get them, copy this, and let's go to the dashboard. Here. So we have this welcome, and then we have this, the admin analytics, we remain them there. We just have also these ones. I'm just going to actually have the max width of 6, Excel, MX Auto, okay. So let's go ahead and bring in the card. the card header, card title, and then the icons, and then the card content. Okay, so let's just go ahead and get the stats. Note these ones. So I will just go to the invoices page, and we can just like simply get the invoice listing. Where is it? Here. I'm just going to go ahead and get this. And here. Okay. I will just simply rename this to something else. To admin. Let's just name this to admin stats. Just adding those icons. So this one, taking the admin stats like that. Okay, let's get this. So the remaining thing is about this function, the format function. Let's go ahead and see where we can just get that function. Just go to stats. Click on this function. So the function is here. Let's go back to the page. I'm just going to paste this function outside here. Okay, we have the cards. I'm just going to remove this max width in order just to have these cards distributed. Very nice. So another thing we just need to control is that we need to check the current user invoice. Like if they exceed 5, then we cannot create, and we can also just give maybe the latest 3 invoices. Then we have also the admin users. So if you just go back to the dashboard, there is this get dashboard stats, which was getting these users, blogs. So what we need just like to return right now, I'm just going to return the same things, but for the entire, so we can just also get these. I'm just going to go and the invoice. So we can calculate the stats. Let's see. I'm just going to first of all get these stats. We we need to get the total users. We can first get the only the total users. So here I'm just going to say, for instance, invoices. It's going to be await db dot invoice dot count, just like this. And then here we pass invoices. Then we have just going to first pass those two. So where we have the admin stats. So here just going to say invoices. Dashboard invoices. Let's get this user and make him an admin. NPX Prisma Studio. So we just change this user here to be an admin. So if I log out, and then I log in again, okay, so you can see it has the users, categories, and all others, like for the whole entire place. Okay, so we just look at all other statistics that we can look at. Let's go ahead and just get the clients here. I'm just going to go to clients. I'm just going to go to the clients. page like this. Actually, I think for the clients, anyways, let's just create them. I'm just going to say that you guys can create them by yourselves. But just go ahead and create components, and you can just get the same thing like the user listing. Copy everything. I'm just going to go to this page, and let's go to the this table listing. Copy, not cut, copy, and then go back to the page. Just go to the components. Rename this to client table listing. And then here is going to be clients. And then I will just also change this to clients. We'll just create the type of the client. And I'm just going to copy this. And we'll just say that, and you just go ahead and customize this. So customize the client table listing. It should accept the clients. Another thing maybe we should just do for the client is it can also create the server action to get clients, and also create a server action to fetch client invoices, and then also a client detail page with all the client invoice list. And just wait and just see what it's going to do. Let's create the first, get the server action to get the clients. I'm just going to go here and create client.ts, and let's go through it. So to get the clients, we first get the user, and we can just go ahead and get the user. Let's change Prisma to DB, and then we can just get the DB here. So here we are getting all the clients and we're including the invoice amount and the number of invoices. And then here we have get client by ID. This is for getting the detail. Here I'm just going to go ahead and check. So we can just, if there is no user, so you can just also get the client, code the invoices, this one is get client invoices. I'm just going to go ahead and get even here, just going to wait get auth user. This is going to be the user. Okay. And then lastly, let's get the user. Get auth user. I'm just going to go ahead just like this. Then we get the client listing table. Okay. So here I'm just going to get some actions. The client data, then add the labels, and then disabled. We don't have disabled on this. So this is the clients table listing. Then there is a detailed page. This first, go ahead and call this page here. So for this one, we're just going to go ahead and use clients table listing. We're just going to pass in the clients. And let's go ahead and get the clients. Get user clients. Wait. Get if we just go in this here, get client stats, get client invoices, and then we have get clients. I'm just going to call this get clients. I don't know what this returns. Let me just go and see get clients. This returns the client data. Clients. Then we have the detailed page. Let's first look at this, what it takes in client's title and the subtitle. If you hover on the clients, make sure that you call this function just like that. Clients, manage clients. Okay, so if we just go to clients, you can see one, and this is the client right now. This looks good. And then you can just like view details, and we just go ahead and get the detailed page and the invoices for this particular client. Okay, so this is the detailed page. Let me see. Yeah, this is the detailed page. Let me just go inside the clients. We can just add the ID, page the tsx, and this is incomplete. I'm just going to say the detailed page. Okay, it had not completed the detailed page. We just need to complete the detailed page. So at this point, I'm thinking of deploying the application after this client detailed page. We might just have part 2 where we are going to complete the whole entire thing, more so the protecting. So going to the to create the invoices page in the new, I'm just going to put the layout. Actually, let me just copy any layout here. We just copy any layout page like this one that has no many things. Let me just go to this like so. Okay, so in this layout, I just want to get I need to check for a couple of things from this layout. If someone is going to go to create a new invoice, okay, I need to check the session. So const, I can just get the session is await get server session. Then here we can pass in the auth options. Auth options like that. And let me just make this an async then from this maybe yesterday get the user, just like this. Get the user, this is going to be get auth user, get auth user. And then from this, we can const, we can just get the user plan. We can just get the user plan and the remaining invoices. So we need to create something here. I'm just going to go to like in the users. I just want to get export async function, get user plan. We can just like say use the user ID here, which is going to be a string. So we can just say try catch, and we could just say const plan is, so you say is equal to await db dot. So we can just like get the user db.user.find unique, and then you say where, and then we can just like get where ID is equal to user ID. So, and that's going to head and include subscription include this include is outside here. Okay, let's just include a subscription just like this. So from this is a user. So from this, we can just say const current plan is equal to user dot subscription dot plan, just like this, and then const remaining invoices is equal to user dot invoice count. Okay, so here we could just like get whichever number you want, like minus the user. So here we can just say if if there is no user, if no user, we can return or throw an error. But we can just get the remaining invoices, and let's just say return. I'll just return current plan and the remaining invoices. For this, I'm just going to say return. For all these two, I'm just going to return okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and call this get user plan. Inside the new page layout, so I'm just going to say const is equal wait get user plan. Here we're just going to pass in user dot id, just like this, and here we just get the user is possibly null. Okay, so we can just say if there is no user, we can just say return not found. Maybe we could just actually call not found from next navigation. I'm just going to say not found from next navigation, just like this. So here we're just going to get we get the current let's just say the current plan plus the remaining invoices. I don't know why this. I just know because of this return. So let me just copy this and just add it here. Let's go back to the layout. So we have the current plan and this. So just need to do some, we need to do some if statements here. If the current plan is equal to free, so if this is equal to free and remaining invoices is less or equal to 5, then we can just return another UI. So I don't know, we could just return just return some UI here, p tag or something. your invoices done. Please subscribe. Please upgrade or something. Upgrade. Okay. So it means if the current plan is not equal, then it will continue and see this. I just want to maybe customize it much better than this. So I'm just going to go back here. I see that. Can you make this UI beta? More especially for a user who needs to upgrade. I need to add a link to pricing page. I just need to see whatever detailed page it created here. Just not sure if it created the detailed page. Okay, so it is the same. It's just the same thing here. Client card, new invoice. Still this the component was not completed still. Sometimes let me see here. It has the information about okay, let's just see here. User layout here. Let's just put this. Okay, so we have this upgrade required component, which shows this. Nice. Okay, so what is just like we're remaining with this, the client status. Let me look at the things I have here. We're supposed to show the client invoices. It did all the things I really don't want. The client invoices. You just want to see this one. Create the first invoice. Invoices.map. Oh, actually, so the one for client invoices is already there. This is the one I'm more interested in. So let's go on this. I don't want this, the metadata for the page. Okay, let's just look at the client header. Statistics. Okay, so we see this format get. So it was this client header that was not finished. You can just like copy the client header component so it can finish it. Finish the client header. So that was just like the client header component. Okay, so this is the client header component. Okay, so let's see how these parts now work together. Get color cannot read declare, so this one is already there. This is already there. Duplicate invoice, duplicate. Okay, so client header. Okay, it seems like we already have the client header. Client invoices, then page. Okay. And the have get color, get remaining function here. So I just want to see another client header component. Okay, so there is also this one. I can comment one. And let's first get the invoices. These ones. These ones are from client, I think. Okay, so let's just go ahead and fix the params. So these params here, they need to be promise, just like this. And now we can just come and say const client ID is equal to our weight params dot ID. And this one has to be an async. Okay. let's go and see if this works. Just going to refresh, and then let's go ahead and to view. So this goes to the detailed page, so you can look at total invoices and all the details of this person, location, and then you can look at this invoice. So this is just the list of invoices for this person, and then you can have the view, which takes us to this invoice detailed page, just like that. I don't know why it starts in this preview. Probably we can just like edit that, but at least now we have the clients, and the clients you can view the clients, and then you can just look at the invoices just like that. Then we have the invoice template. So I'm just going to leave all the remaining other things. I'm just going to remain them in the part 2. Right now, what I just want is to go ahead and I'm just going to go ahead and publish this, or maybe before we do that, the edit is supposed to take also on the detailed page. Oh, this is the, it's going to go on the invoices, and I'll just go here on the view. So let's first fix that. I don't know why it says when the edit mode is true. So we can just go to user invoice, and we can just click on the invoice form. I want to look at the edit mode. Okay, so you can see here it's saying is true, like start in the edit mode for new invoices. So you can just say if editing invoice is true, if that is the case, then we want to start in the once a once as is false, it is just going to say true. So basically we would just let's see. Yeah, so if there is editing ID, then we have this view. Otherwise we start in the, if it is just like a new one, just go back here and we just click on add new, then this starts when it is just like this. Okay, and the person can just go ahead and edit this, create a new one. Okay, so far this is day 1. We're just going to finish this maybe tomorrow. I'm just feeling tired right now. Maybe we're just going to continue tomorrow. Okay, yeah, so thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next one.